the sky. You just need to fly high. It will be cold for a while, but at the end of time I will be on your side. Whoa, please don't go too far. Whoa, please don't go too far. If you want to travel miles, pack your dreams and thrive outside. I will be here for advice while you get into the wild. Whoa, please don't go too far. Whoa, please don't go too far. If you want to leave this world and just leave my heart alone in the dark, I remember we used to smile, but please don't go too far.
Good evening, Vacaville. We'll go ahead and get this regularly scheduled city council meeting for the city of Vacaville. Today is February 27th, 2024. Have a roll call.
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton, Silva, Ritchie, Chapman. Here. Roberts. Here. Wiley. Here. Mayor Carley.
Here, and I hope to see a few more of my peers on this side. It's a little light over this direction.
We're a minute early.
Yeah.
Started 2 minutes early.
Well, I know that there will be a few members that will be late, so anyway, with that, if you're able to rise with me for a moment of silence. Councilmember Roberts, will you lead us in the pledge?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, and may the roll call also reflect that Councilmember Silva and Vice Mayor Ritchie have joined us. Good evening. Any changes to tonight's agenda, Mr. City Manager?
No, there are not, Mr. Mayor.
All right, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the agenda.
Motion and second. All in favor? Aye. Approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
At this time, it says we have no presentations, but briefly, I'm going to ask our Economic Development Director, Don Burris, to come forward. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, council members. Thank you for allowing us to take a few moments. I'd just like to introduce to you all Barbara Carr. She is the city's new Economic Development Manager.
Hi, everyone. For the record, I'm Barbara Carr. I'm the Economic Development Manager, and I'm very excited to be here in Vacaville. And I really look forward to getting to know each and every one of you and being a part of the community, and especially working with the business community as well. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be here.
Well, we're excited to have you join us. Clearly, economic development is near and dear to this council and this community's heart, and very much looking forward to all the work and all the wonderful things that you're going to help us do here. So welcome. We'll move right into item 6, consent. Looks like we have 3 items on consent tonight. Any member of the council or the community wishing to pull an item for discussion? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
Motion to approve the consent calendar. Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
We'll move on to item 7, business from the floor. This is all right. Looks like we're having some technical difficulties with the computers here, but hopefully it'll recycle. Working? Okay. Well, while we're working on some technical difficulties, we're going to go ahead and move into item 7, business from the floor. This is an opportunity for any member of the public wishing to speak to the council on any item that's not on tonight's agenda, but is within our jurisdiction. You may come forward now. Seeing none, I'm going to close business from the floor. And we'll go ahead and move on to our first item of a public hearing, item 8A. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This first item before you tonight involves a couple of different actions related to the downtown business improvement district. And here in Vacaville, we have Don Burris and our newest addition to the economic development team, Barbara Carr, along with a group from the downtown bid themselves who will be up in just a moment to walk you through the proposed item.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. Don Burris here, Director of Economic Development Services with Barbara Carr, Manager of Economic Development. The item before you is the renewal of the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District for the calendar year 2024. And so by way of background for the council and members of the public, in 1999, the City of Vacaville, under the State of California Parking and Business Improvement Law of 1989, formed the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. This action allows the city to collect assessments from the businesses within the Business Improvement District boundaries to be used in various ways, such as economic development efforts that provide resources to support the businesses in the district, the promotion of activities and events, and physical maintenance improvements and improvements within the district boundaries. These are just a few examples and in no way represent a comprehensive list of bid activities that can be performed in the district. So per the state law, the City of Vacaville must renew the levy of these assessments on an annual basis. To initiate this year's process, a resolution of intention has been prepared authorizing the levy and collection of these assessments from the businesses within the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District for 2024. This renewal resolution is being recommended to the council with no changes from prior years. All boundaries and assessment rates remain the same. As a part of the renewal process, leadership from Downtown Vacaville is required to report to the council how the 2023 assessment funds were allocated, and then this is typically done by the organization in the form of its annual report. Downtown Vacaville is also required to present a district management plan for the council's approval. The district management plan details how the collected assessment funds will be allocated for the calendar year 2024. This plan, together with any action items assigned by the city, are memorialized in the district management agreement, which will serve as the 2024 work plan for Downtown Vacaville. This evening, we have Adina Schwartzfeger, President of the Board, and Leslie Silver, Executive Director, presenting the 2023 Annual Report and 2024 District Management Plan.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Adina Schwartzfeger, and I own a business in downtown Vacaville. I'm also the new president of the Board of Directors of the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. Although I've only been president for a month, I've seen tremendous amount of work that has been accomplished in just a short time by the board and our new executive director. As many of you know, 2023 was a transitional year at the bid. Changes continue to be made to the operations of the bid to ensure a stronger organization moving forward. I look forward to working with our advisory board and the board of directors to ensure that the district is well managed, creatively programmed, and continues to work toward making downtown a true destination. As a board, we will engage our committees to better serve bid members to make 2024 a transformational year. As we continue to implement the action items of the downtown specific plan, we will work hard to bring our merchants value through communication, marketing, and education. In 2024 and beyond, we will strive to offer events that continue to make downtown a destination, to offer programs that help our downtown members prosper, and to create a greater sense of community for all of Vacaville. We will continue to build our relationships with the City of Vacaville, visit Vacaville, and the Vacaville Chamber of Commerce to meet our common goal of making Vacaville a great place to live, work, and visit. We are grateful for the continuing support of our city through not only funds, but also the ability to work directly with the city manager, our liaisons at the Economic Development, Public Works, and Planning departments, as well as with representatives of our police department. I thank all of you for your continued support. We're a better organization because of your assistance. You've got a new working board of directors and a new executive director. Expect great things to happen. On behalf of the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District Board of Directors and staff, I am pleased to have our Executive Director, Leslie Silver, present our 2023 Annual Report and 2024 District Management Plan.
Ready? Here we go. Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. We appreciate your continued support of Downtown Vacaville and our collective goal to make it a destination. I'm here today to take a look back at 2023 and to present our plans for 2024. I, a University of Kansas grad, mom of 3 boys, and small business owner who had been developing an incredible team of 17 inspiring staff members and built a school that now has 200 music students, accepted the challenge given to me by the board to bring this same energy and innovation to downtown programs. The challenges and transition that the DVBID leadership went through in 2023 brought an evolution that created an atmosphere requiring the officers and members of the board to become more deeply immersed in the operations of the organization. This process set the stage for an increase in our relationship with the city and a more solidly crafted program. This brings me to highlight some of last year's accomplishments. In response to feedback from our members, we increased communication both digitally and in print. With the assistance of Ken, the Director of Finance for the city, we are restructuring our finances. We're strengthening our relationships with our Big Four partners, and as safety continues to be one of our highest priorities, in partnership with the Vacaville Police Department, we created the Safe Business Program. To recap, through our challenges, we developed a greater understanding of the organizational needs to allow us to prepare for future success. This brings me to 2024's District Management Plan, and I'll break it into several different sections. The first is our shared action plan to support the downtown specific plan with our partners at the City of Vacaville. Some items are led by the City of Vacaville and others by the DVBID. Some highlights from this plan include developing a business retention, expansion, and attraction program, managing a merchant directional signage program, and creating a marketing program for the new Big Belly trash cans you might have seen on Main Street. Second is implementing the Main Street America approach to downtown revitalization here in downtown Vacaville. What does this exactly mean, and what is the Main Street America approach? Well, I'm going to quote Main Street's website. Every community and commercial district is different. With its own distinctive assets and sense of place, the Main Street approach offers community-based revitalization initiatives with a practical, adaptable framework for downtown transformation that is easily tailored to local conditions. The Main Street approach helps communities get started with revitalization and grows with them over time. A program's work on transformation strategies should be organized around the 4 points: economic vitality, design, promotion, and organization. How are we planning to implement this philosophy in downtown Vacaville this year? First, we held a successful Main Street Board retreat in January, run by a Main Street representative. We are aligning our committees to reflect the Main Street 4 points that I just mentioned. Our president, Adina, and I are planning to attend the Main Street Conference in May, and I'm working to achieve my Main Street America credentials this year. I'm really excited to announce that we're launching a brand new website in the second quarter of this year. This will be on par with other downtown websites and will have the ability to grow with us as our downtown grows. We'll be able to publish and promote events, promote available commercial space, have a downtown parking page, a user-friendly bid member portal for an information exchange, a small business startup assistance page, a downtown Vacaville map, and many more options for people looking for things to do. We're continuing to focus on safety and security and plan to work on a homelessness action plan with the Vacaville Police Department, And finally, we'll be launching our Small Business Incubator Program in collaboration with the Small Business Development Center, kicking off in March of this year. And of course, we plan to create events and support events to activate downtown and draw new visitors. Our first event was the Love Stroll in February. It brought us some incredible feedback that came through a survey that I sent to attendees. 88% of the people in attendance discovered a new business that they had not visited in the past. 73% visited one of our restaurants before or after the event that day. We will continue to evaluate each event to understand how it is affecting our downtown economy, and if adjustments are needed in the future, we can always make them. And to recap our plans for 2024, we have an energized and engaged board of directors representing a wide sector of our membership. We continue to strengthen relationships with our Big Four partners and, of course, our members. We recognize we can't accomplish what we need alone. We are constantly evaluating and adjusting our processes to ensure they meet the needs of our members and the community. In closing, I look forward to working with my team in the office, our board of directors, our bid members, our Big Four partners, and the greater Vacaville community to help downtown Vacaville reach its potential. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing. It's always an exciting time to consider how we're going to activate downtown. And I know that I'd likely speak on behalf of the council, and that what we really want is we want to have the community come together and support the businesses and support our downtown living room, right? No need to go elsewhere, but really appreciate what this year is going to bring. And with that, I'm going to see if there's anyone on the council that has any questions of you and also of staff. Councilmember Silva.
So I'll save my comments to that part of the section, but a quick question. I'm looking to see what down what is it called? Down streets, Main Street America, what metrics they use or recommend to determine how effective marketing approaches are. So like I'm guessing by next year there might be something, but and that's kind of I've seen increased turnout, increased foot presence. Even actually just right now driving here, never seen so many people take their time crossing the streets, walking dogs and whatnot. So it's beautiful to see. So people are obviously going out and yeah, and I'll leave those comments, but just some metrics to assess how effective these efforts would be valuable to me.
We could definitely do that. I can't speak to it immediately, but I'm sure with a little research, I can figure out how we can do that and measure what we're doing.
Thank you. I'm going to open up to the public for any comment.
Morgan McVeigh, and I am a worker at Clipper Cargo Jewelry in downtown. I mentioned before when the last time we came up with the downtown Vacaville business district that the events were really important to us as far as getting the word out. Now, that was mostly what the events were for, is bringing people in. The nights of the events, we never made many sales, but it was them returning that really brought people in. So when the Love Stroll was the first of the year and there were some changes, and with adjustments, there's always a little bit of apprehension of, is it going to go good? Is it going to go bad? But I'm very happy to say that with the adjustments they made, it severely improved turnout for our business. And not only were we getting the same result with new people finding us, but they were spending money too with the small adjustments they made. And the fact that those small adjustments made such a big difference on the first event, I'm really looking forward to the future events and what that will mean for our business. So just wanted to share that information from the retailer side of things.
Thank you. It's always good to hear. Seeing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back to the council. Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, so just comments wise, my wife and I were very happy to attend the Love Stroll.
and came late on purpose to that one. So I don't have to like drink 3 hours of wine. I'm a beer guy. But they, that day was, one, the weather was cooperating, but it wasn't just folks that are out for that. They gave opportunity to visit different vendors, that different, even local businesses came in. So that was pretty cool to see that sense of community being built. But other folks that maybe even forgot to purchase tickets or didn't get to them, are like, oh, let's go downtown anyways. Throughout certain nights of the week, seeing the restaurants packed. So that's been really great to see. And, and it's interesting because a lot of times people, let's say, for example, I want to go to this restaurant, but there's a wait line. We're like, oh, well, that one looks like something's good going on there. Let's try that one out. So there's a lot of unique opportunities just to explore different, different type of foods and flavors and whatnot. I see Ted back there. So basically a Clipper Cargo as well. There's a scout group. We're actually creating a treasure hunt where the scouts got to go through downtown and complete different tasks where they eventually end up to the treasure hunt spot. So we're doing a little coin collection elective. And so appreciate the extended community engagement there with our youth and teaching them about the history of money and government and whatnot. So I think it's pretty amazing. I know there was a lot of pushback, a lot of criticism of the big belly trash cans on social media, because that's what social media is meant for. So it's an interesting thing. Like as much as I've seen a lot of negative comments written in, I've also heard even more positive comments. I think the added component to that is, the fact that there is added technology into it. So people can criticize whether or not it's justified or whatnot. But one important thing is if you have folks that are digging through trash cans and leaving it around, that technology allows for the prevention of that. So that's not quite advertised, but I'm comfortable saying that. And so ultimately, that's just something that helps overall beautify and make our services much more efficient and make not just our downtown, but wherever those are at, more cleanly. So the incubator program, I'm really excited about those type of entrepreneurial efforts. So really looking forward to seeing how that transpires. And, if there's opportunity for us to support, let us know. So good job, everybody.
Vice Mayor Ritchie.
Thank you so much. I was also at the Love Stroll. Me and Leslie had a chance to do selfies. It was, I'll try to guard my comments. I do have a business downtown. I do contribute to the bid, but our company is a part of it, but I showed up as a regular citizen running around and let the other team members dress up and do the stuff at our company. It was amazing just to kind of be the bird's eye view and just kind of go through downtown and look. I've never seen that busy in the last 5 years on an event. It was amazing, the changes they made. I saw the instant gratification, instant effect. I'm downtown every day, all the time, and I've seen a resurgence of people downtown. I've actually started getting frustrated because all I want to do is go downtown. I just want to grab a coffee, and I'm waiting in lines. I was at La Batag a few days ago, and I literally was giving her kind of call center. It was like, all I want is just this. And because there's like 10 people in front of me, I felt very happy for them, but not for me. I just want to go back to work, but I'm seeing the energy and people are experiencing downtown. So just keep it up. I'm a big proponent of the incubator program too. I think there's that gap. It's all these people that they're sole proprietors. They have a passion, desire. They're one person. They're a one-man band. Getting them from being a one-person company to 2, then 2 to 5, and 5 to 10. That's what's going to help all boats rise together. We can get those people to understand the proper steps, policy, and procedure become a sufficient business. They'll occupy the vacant spaces, and the energy they'll bring as a vibrant new company downtown is going to be huge. So the incubator program is going to be huge, I think, to really get some of those vacant spots downtown and get the energy. So just keep doing what you're doing. I'm downtown all the time, and there's a good energy, and just where we can do to support that. Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information, and it's really important for everyone to work together. So I think that's great to bring the program to us, the presentation. I do have one question, and that's, I was driving downtown the other night and with the lights, and it really does make it look like an inviting place to be. So is that something that you're doing through the main budget, or is it do different businesses that are close to the lights pay more? Or can you tell me how that's funded? So the trees and the light, the tree
Oh,
lights
on
and the
Main
trees.
Street.
That would
You
be
might
the city.
able to address
Yeah.
it a little better.
Actually, thank you for the question, council member. I'll ask our Public Works Director, Brian McLean, to address that. There is a whole program for the lights that have yet to be rolled out. So, Brian, if you could.
Well, the lights were on Saturday, so it looks like it was rolled out.
Good evening, Brian. I got it.
There we go. Yes, that's Public Works who've put up the lights. We've gone through and done 50 trees thus far, and now we're working our way down Davis Street.
Okay.
And that'll look nice, especially the entry sign. So
So that's the city's contribution to all of it. It's all in the city.
It's part of our maintenance of the downtown and part of the partnership that the city is working towards with the bid to enliven and enhance the atmosphere of the downtown.
Looks good. Thanks.
It does.
yeah, thank you. Well, I really appreciate this, and I know that this comes to us every year, and there's a lot of hope and expectation, and I think couldn't be any more excited, except for when you come back and you can demonstrate through the events and the crowds. Everyone knows what it feels like to go to a downtown or to go somewhere that's vibrant, and that's what we're desiring, and so no pressure. No pressure. All right. So tonight in front of us is the recommendation, is to, by simple motion, to adopt the resolution and approve the downtown management district plan and approve and authorize the city manager to execute this district management agreement between the city and the downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. Do I have a motion? We have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Well, thank you very much. And I think you come back, do you come back in May? That's right. So you will by then have gone to Main Street, and so you might be able to report more on that. So there's a lot of exciting things that come out of that. So appreciate it. All right, moving on to the next item, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item is the consideration and selection of planning and parks and recreation commissioners. As the council is aware, when the council was divided into districts with the election of 2020, soon thereafter, the following year in 2021, the city council adopted a policy for the appointment of commissioners. Tonight, we're moving forward with appointments for districts 2, 4, and 6, as well as the citywide represented by the mayor. So tonight, we're presenting the names for your consideration that have been recommended by your colleagues on the council for those particular districts. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor, for the formality of the official action.
Great, thank you. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and call on the members of the council that went through the process. You can share who your selections are for both. We're going to just combine them, and then we'll go through that process, and then we will have a discussion amongst our council before we open it up to the public. So I'll start with Vice Mayor Ritchie.
All right.
I got you. There you go.
Okay, thanks so much. My selection is pretty easy. It's a very short list. Starting with our planning commissioner, I want to reappoint Michael Fortney, and with my Parks and Rec, reappoint Aisha Gutierrez. Quick comments first on Mike Fortney.
We'll do that first.
Oh,
yeah.
that's it?
Just I'm going to go through the process,
Okay.
and then we'll do that. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. There were no individuals that applied specifically for District 4. However, there were several that were willing to be appointed by the mayor. However, I chose a couple of those individuals and to interview. So I interviewed 2 individuals, one for the Parks and Rec. There were 2 individuals that I interviewed, 2 outstanding gentlemen. And however, this evening, do you want me to go ahead and?
Yes, go ahead and name who you're recommending.
So I am recommending Mark Frazier.
For Parks and Rec?
For Parks and Rec, yes. And I want to retain Will. His whole name.
Ralph Lightfoot?
Lightfoot,
That's
yes.
it. Yes, okay. Councilmember Wiley.
It was great to have a large number of applicants. I did talk to all the applicants from District 6 who applied, and after doing that, I have decided to present Amanda Rudine for Planning Commissioner, and would be continuing her service there, and Blair Oss to continue as a Parks and Rec Commissioner.
And I too conducted some interviews and sat in on some interviews for the commissions. And for Planning Commission, I am recommending Doug Beaumont to step into this role. And for Parks and Rec Commission to reappoint Ralph Baruman to continue his work on that commission. So these are the selections that have been recommended for these appointments on these two commissions. What I'd like to do now is open it up to any member of the council that wants to comment further on. No, Vice Mayor Ritchie, or you had a comment to make?
Water first.
Sorry, put you on the spot.
End of the workday. Well, I'll make quick comments on both Michael Fortney for Planning Commissioner and Aisha Gutierrez for the Parks and Rec. I really want to reappoint Michael Fortney. It was a short list, but even if not, I really felt strongly about his reappointment. With his 27-year history of working in the field of real estate, he has become a kind of subject matter expert when it comes to land entitlement, zoning, planning, and understanding how in which real estate has transitioned through the county for over 2 decades. Being the fact that we emphasized understanding as we approve projects, see how it fits into the county, the city, how we kind of reallocate land usage, sometimes change zoning. It really helps have someone that has a history doing that for a long time as a profession. So I really think it's a valuable asset to aid and assist our city staff and council to make decisions regarding zoning, entitlement, and kind of the future direction of development in Vacaville. Aisha Gutierrez, she's full of passion. She has a heart. She's amazing. When it comes to someone that's really wanting to be engaged, she is currently a practitioner of someone that uses Parks and Rec. She has kids. She's dialed in to the community. She has a lot of amazing events, as she is like the founder of our amazing MLK event we do in the park. She's done a really great job. And I think she hasn't lost touch of kind of the why is important to Parks and Rec and make sure we design stuff that's good for the city. So I think she is kind of in it right now. So I think she's a good person to keep in the system.
I'll share just a couple of comments before I open it up to the public for discussion. This is for you and I, this was our second year, but this is the first time for actually appointing. And I felt it was a good process. Sometimes it's interesting because it's done by district, and yet there are those who seem to apply, say they recognize that there's probably someone who's currently seated, but there's always the opportunity to sit in on maybe a citywide appointment, because every one of us through this change in this process affords a different perspective of who you would interview and who you would recommend. And I think that's what helps to extend the value where districts have created the ability to have a different viewpoint. So I appreciate that. Some great interviews, hard to turn some people down. And it's nice to see that there are those in the community that do want to serve. And for whatever reason, you just can't pick everyone. But in looking at everyone's recommendations for selection, very pleased with much of the work that's been done already, and even to see some new people being recommended. With that, I see a light. Councilmember Wiley.
Just a couple of things to add as well. So Amanda Rudine did not grow up in Vacaville, but she visited her aunt here and liked the town. And now she's moved her family here and is raising 3 children here. So she really likes being in Vacaville. She previously served on the Planning Commission in Gilroy. And in the last 2 years, she's done a really nice job on our Planning Commission and wants to help Vacaville and looks carefully at all the decisions being made. She takes it very seriously. And Blair Oz, who's on Parks and Rec, also did not grow up in Vacaville, but he lived in the area and has said that Vacaville was the best place to be, so he bought his home here. And since being in District 6, he also has been very involved with activities that we've had in the districts, in the parks and other things. And then he ran last time, and he brings a wealth of information and experience with parks and other jurisdictions and cities, because that's what he kind of does with his day job as well. So I'm very happy that both of them have done an excellent job, and I was happy to see that they were willing to continue to give of their time to serve Vacaville and make it a great place for everyone who lives here.
We go ahead and open up to the public for any comment, but this is also an opportunity for any of the members of the commissions being recommended. If you choose to come forward and say a few words, this would be the time to do that as well.
What I have to say right now, I say, you know, I'm making this statement very reluctantly, but I'm greatly concerned that Mr. Fortney is being reappointed to any commission having to do with the city, in that he is, you know, he is a very enthusiastic supporter of California Forever. I don't understand how this person can be good for the direction of the city of Vacaville when he's in favor of something that, in my opinion and the opinion of many, is very detrimental to this city.
Thank you. Anyone else? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carly, Vice Mayor Ritchie, council members. I am Blair Oz. I'm a Park and Recreation Commissioner for District 6 and pleased to be here this evening. Just a few words for tonight. First of all, I just wanted to say that over the last couple years, it's been just a real honor and privilege to serve on the commission and to work alongside the committed city park and recreation professionals, as well as my fellow commissioners. It's been a great 2 years, and I've certainly learned a lot. I also wanted to just say thank you to the council for your continued support and your, not only your continued support, but your many contributions yourself to enhancing our parks, our recreation programs, and our community events. I think in Vacaville, we have a lot to be proud of. And I think the great park system that we have, the recreation programs that that serve so many families and serve all ages, and the great events that we have that bring the community together are all great events that actually create that Vacaville pride that I have, that I'm sure that you have as well. So thank you. But last, I just wanted to specifically thank Council Member Wiley for your continued trust in me and for the bringing forward my name for reappointment to the commission tonight. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'd just like to echo the sentiment. I have great concerns about California Forever and why we're bringing people to represent Vacaville on obviously a project, California Forever, that is detrimental, not only to Vacaville, but for all the other existing cities. So I don't think that kind of advice coming from my council is really good. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm Ralph Lightfoot, resident of District 4, lifelong member of City of Vacaville. Thank you very much, Councilmember Chapman, for your nomination this evening. I just want to comment that I feel like the Planning Commission that you've appointed and or nominated this evening, or putting up for nomination this evening, gives a broad perspective and a broad view and experience with their time in Vacaville. And I think that we have a well-balanced commission with the members that we have, which often invites invigorative dialogue, and which results in good discussion that I think in the end, those opposing views benefits our citizens greatly. And I just want to say thank you for the nomination. And
Thank you. Good evening.
Different from this side. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Amanda Rudine from District 6, and I wanted to thank Councilmember Wiley for the nomination and to thank council for considering my reappointment to the Planning Commission. I really enjoyed the last 2 years that I've been on the commission, and I take it very, very seriously. Planning is not my background. However, it is something I have a lot of interest in, particularly housing. And housing is a hot topic in California right now. And from what I've researched, since the passing of SB 35, there's been roughly 150 laws that have been passed. And so now, while it's not a requirement for a planning commissioner to stay on top of these things, I find an interest in it. And so I take it upon myself to find, research the ones that are being introduced, research the ones that are being passed, because it gives me context for when projects come before us. Also, aside from that, I attend as many in-person council meetings as I possibly can. And if I'm not here in person, then I'm definitely watching them from home. And I find that really important to not only understand the will and direction of you guys as council, but to also hear what the public has to say. Needless to say, your guys' meetings are a lot more popular than ours and a lot more attended. And so during business from the floor, there's an opportunity for us as commissioners to hear what concerns the public has. So I look forward to the opportunity of serving Vacaville for another 2 years. Thank you.
Change that, We can change that,
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of that and bring it back to the council. Before we ratify this, I want to make a couple of comments, and I see a few lights here as well. It's been my experience over the last years, especially the last year, but I have sat through a lot of council meetings, and I've sat through proceedings in the past. It was done differently when it was not district, and there was more involvement maybe by the mayor and some other people who may have wanted to participate in the interviews, so that it was a collective process. And it's changed, and sometimes the change opens up better opportunities and exposes opportunities for the council to do more research for those who would be suited for the council or for commissions, as well as the different perspective. And so in that regard, I think it's good. I will say that I didn't share, at least Doug Beaumont's actually rejoining the Planning Commission. So while he is new to the commission, he's not new. He's just being appointed this time where he was not appointed 2 years ago. So he comes with prior experience. So I'm very pleased with the nominations. To some of the comments that we've heard tonight and also in the past, there has to be a separation between the individual views. City staff has views, council has views, commissioners have views. Sometimes the concern may be that they're misaligned for the role that they're in. So sometimes comments may be made and they'll be quoted based upon a title or position. I've even seen, commissioners endorsing candidates, and that's not supposed to happen because they're not elected. So those are the things that I think that staff and the council can help guide and direct the commissions to be more appropriate in some of their actions and who they represent and who they speak for and who they don't. And I think that that is a point well taken. And some of those conversations have been had, not just in the recent case that's being referred to, but in other cases over the last year, to make sure that we do need community members who are part of our commissions that are willing to give their time and to dive into the details, set aside their own bias and prejudice. But at the same time, it brings the discourse that you want on the issue, and that's good. It's just that ultimately the guidance of the commission is just to provide the best guidance they can for the council and not to speak on behalf of the city, no more than staff speaks on behalf of the city. It is done through a process through whether it's the city manager and who he designates that can speak on behalf of the city, or the council itself, either an individual council member or as a collective body. And there's processes for that. And so make no mistake, those issues, like the one that was described tonight, was dealt with. And there has to be a clear understanding of when you believe in something strong enough, is there a conflict of interest? And if that conflict of interest creates an opportunity that should remove someone or not allow someone to serve, first and foremost, know that the discussion needs to be had, and it was had. And so that is the way it should happen, and it gives people the opportunity to work through the challenges, and it creates an opportunity for this council to work through a challenge like that. So, Vice Mayor Ritchie.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate your comments, Mayor Carley. This is actually more a question for staff on guidance based on the comments were made. It's kind of policy. It kind of really segues off what the mayor just said, to kind of be mutually exclusive and take our opinions, our biases, and separate from our job and protocol and policy. What is the policy for a city council, for city code, laws, regulations, and rules that would prohibit someone from being elected or appointed based upon their personal opinions, personal biases, or their professional job?
So there's a lot packed in to that question. There's differences between people being elected. People are elected based on their views and perspectives and policies.
So being elected based on your views and policies does not prohibit you from doing your job. It actually helps you sometimes.
That's true. There are laws in place though, that like the Political Reform Act, that would prevent people that have some kind of financial conflict of interest from voting on certain items, if that gets in the way, if they're elected. When a person is appointed by the council is choosing that person based on the whole person, what the person brings, and their ability to represent the council and the city. So in cases like was brought up tonight, we as city staff and as the legal office do look at legal conflicts of interest and the potential for those based on, on a case-by-case basis. So I don't know if that answered your question or if you want me to expand.
It did. I mean, it's more just highlighting where there is a separation of, like, as we're here, I think numerous, like myself, I've had to recuse myself either for perceived conflict or the conflict. Just like tonight, I made a statement that, yes, I do reside downtown. I have office downtown. I contribute to the bid. I'm kind of expert at conflict of interest because I want to make sure I do the right stuff to stay transparent. It's really difficult being downtown and wanting downtown to prosper. So I always have to kind of tread a thin line. I appreciate the comments from the public. Someone having a job and then having an opinion about a development or a law or a flag, and having that say, oh, well, since your opinion or your preference is so strong, you can no longer do your job. We can start to analyze ourselves. We all have jobs that we've ran across things that from the die said, whoa, maybe we shouldn't even talk about this because our day job prohibits us from kind of emphasizing this point or voting on this point. So we all kind of fall under that scope of, there's a possibility if you take our opinions, you start blending with facts or our jobs, it can cause conflict to everybody. So we have to make sure that conflict of interest is by the rule of law and making sure that if someone is appointed or someone's elected, they have to make sure that they don't have a financial benefit or interest in a job. So if Michael Forney has certain passion towards California Forever, having that be inside Vacaville, it's not in Vacaville. So if I have a passion towards something else outside of Vacaville or in Vacaville, I will have to display that and acknowledge to the crowd. But it's kind of frustrating to where it's always our opinions, oh, you stand for this, stand for that. You shouldn't be able to vote, or you need to recuse yourself. I just make sure that the line's drawn pretty clearly sometimes. It's kind of, it's interesting because I just don't make sure that opinions are in a cloud or judgment of what we have to do within dais or what we're actually allowed to do.
Councilmember Silva?
Yeah, thank you. So I think I'm happy to support all the recommendations. I think maybe one thing I think to clarify, that the commissions serve at the policies that council implements. And so if we have a problem with whatever decisions that the commissioners make, then we need to reevaluate our policies to determine if that's something within our purview or something that we need to change or something we need to modify moving forward. And when it comes to council member comments, I'm going to suggest that we actually have a joint meeting with council and the commissioners to talk about different topics. Just check in to see how things are working and any recommendations on maybe how to improve or clarifying the scope of their purpose, and that we do that before our next budget cycle. So that's what I plan, but I'm happy to support the recommendations.
Councilmember Chapman?
Thank you. I misspoke earlier. I did not share incorrectly the people that I'm recommending for the Parks and Rec and Planning Commission. However, what I misspoke on was I stated that they had applied to be appointed at large. That's a lie. One of them was had submitted their application for District 6, and then one had submitted an application for District 5. And after reading all of the applications, then I selected those two to interview. Okay, so I just wanted to clarify that.
Well, I think that brings up a good point, is the alignment of the selection doesn't make it a district like a District 6 or an at-large. That is how the process works. But this is a good reminder, as it was a year ago, that once the selections are made and I accept them and they're voted on and ratified, they're all commissioners. They're not ultimately, it's not a District 2 commissioner. It's not a District 4 commissioner, because many times, as you've seen, they live in other places. It just affords the council the opportunity to have part of the process. And that's some of the guardrails. I do believe there isn't a guidebook that said, here's how to be a commissioner. Right? There is a guide that says, here are the boundaries legally that you can get yourself into a lot of trouble. Now, can a commissioner at times do things that are inappropriate that may subject them to a reconsideration of their continued involvement? Absolutely. I can say that there's been times in the past that there has been issues that have occurred that had to be addressed, and this was one of them, to determine, is there a conflict? Is somebody going to continue to work forward? So these are the things that do happen behind the scenes. And don't think that they don't, to make sure these are corrected. But at the end of this, there is a planning commission and there is a Parks and Rec commission. And one of the concerns, and I'm not saying there's a problem here, but one of the concerns that I would say is, while there may be a clear understanding about what is going on in the district, that usually is based upon a policy that the council, as we're all elected, either myself at large or you're representing a district. So the concern would always be that if you're part of a commission, you're part of the commission to the council, not a commission to a district person. And I just want to make that comment. I see your light on City Manager, would you like to comment?
Just really. And for the members of the public, that we go through a very extensive onboarding process for both commissions. Our legal department, as well as the departmental staff liaisons to those respective commissions, spend a lot of time with those respective commissioners, making them aware of all the legal, do's and don'ts, as well as the training opportunities that are out there, because there are training conferences for planning and so forth. And so we definitely understand the challenges and the burden that these individuals are taking on as being commissioners. It's a very important role that they're doing for our community. And so we do our very best to make sure that they have all the information of what's expected and what's needed for them to be successful, so that they can advise this body appropriately to make for the best for our community. So I just wanted to pass that on.
Yeah, thank you. With that, I do accept the nominations and for all these positions that have been recommended. I just need a motion. Motion and second, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? So congratulations on those who are continuing and some of the newer members. Excited to see what the commissions will continue to do, and the information from the public is noted. And there are times when we have to address them, and we'll continue to address those issues. All right, Mr. City Manager, what do we have next?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item is an update on our pension and OPEB actuarial valuation results, as well as an update on our health premium rates for this upcoming year. We have a team of Kim Matsumi, our Finance Director, as well as Jessica Bose, our Human Resources Director, and a guest from Milliman Associates, Eric Goodart, to walk you through all these wonderful numbers.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. As the City Manager mentioned, this is our annual update of the unfunded liabilities based off of the most recent valuation actuarial reports received for our pension liabilities and OPEB, which we'll also refer to as the retiree medical. So to start, just some definitions and some key terms that you'll hear throughout the presentation, or if you were to look through the valuation, you'll see these referenced as well. So the valuation date, that is the date that the data is based off of. And so the two dates that we'll be looking at this evening are going to be for our CalPERS pension liability data as of June 30th, 2022. And then for our PARS and OPEB liability, that would be June 30th, 2023. The next three terms are terms that are used to track funding progress. So you have our actual liability, which is going to be the value of the promised benefits that were earned as of that valuation date. You have the assets, or the amount of money that we've set aside for those liabilities. And then the net of those two is the unfunded liability, which is the difference between that actual liability and then the assets of the valuation date. The next two terminology are used when we're talking about how much we need to kind of pay for the upcoming year. So the normal cost is the value of the benefits that are earned during the year. And then the ADC is the sum of the normal costs and the amount necessary to amortize or pay that unfunded actual liability. So visually, this is what it looks like. And so the UAL is a combination of that actual liability minus the assets, and then that normal cost plus the current year's portion of that amortization payment is your ADC. So this, the tables here show kind of what's changed dollar-wise from the last valuation that we did last year. So the update last year compared to the one that we're doing this evening. And so on the left side, you'll have the last valuation total number of $287 million was our unfunded liability total. And a breakdown of the difference between, or breakdown between pension and OPEB. So on the pension side, $218 million, 76% of that unfunded liability. OPEB, $68 million, or 24%. The current valuation that we'll be talking about this evening, you'll see that jump to $373 million. And a lot of this has to do with the fact that I had mentioned that the time periods are different. And so with CalPERS, we're looking at data through 2022, and kind of got a preview of this last year, where fiscal year 2022 was a rough year for investments. And so that's what we're seeing now
this year with CalPERS, and what we'll be talking about in more detail, but that's really driving that increase in pension is that rough year investment-wise on the pension side. So you do see the pension spike up to where it's a little under 299 million. Based off of percentages now, about 80%, OPEB's about 20%. For pension, there's two main plans we'll be talking about. There's the CalPERS main pension plan, and then the PAR supplementary plan that was closed to new hires in 2013. So the following two tables break down the last update that we provided on the left, and then on the right, you'll see the current valuation numbers. And so the whole point of an actuarial valuation with CalPERS, they have actuaries that are doing this in-house. As I mentioned, the data is going to be as of June 30, 2022. And then for OPEB and PARS, we use Milliman as the actuarial firm that provides those valuations. The valuations are done annually. With OPEB, we used to do that every 2 years, but to be kind of more timely with those valuations, get fresher information, we moved to an annual valuation a couple of years ago. The two main kind of purposes of the valuation are to track your funding status, and then also to tell us as an agency how much we're going to have to pay in the upcoming year. And so going through the PERS columns, if you look at the left table, you'll see that our actual liability as of the last valuation was $687 million. When you factor in those assets of $511 million that we had as of June 30, 2021, the UAL was $176 million. We had a funded ratio of 74% at that time. The amount that we had to pay for fiscal year 24, which is the current fiscal year that we're in, is $28.7 million. With CalPERS, there is a delay with how that information is presented to us. And so the data as of June 30, 2021 was provided to the city in July of 2022. And then we have until it's for us to project how much we need to pay in fiscal year 23-24. So there's pretty much like a 3-year gap between when the data date and the fiscal year that we actually have to pay that amount. For PARS and then later on at OPEB, the amount that the valuation delay is a year. And so like the data that we're getting in this case for this evening is June 30, 2023. This is telling us what we're going to have to pay in fiscal year 2024-25. And so for PARS, last valuation, you'll see that our funded ratio was 37%. The ADC was 4.5 million. And then when you look at the right column, a year later, our UAL slightly jumps to 43.6 million. Funded ratio slightly improved to 38%. And then our ADC, the amount that we're having to pay in the upcoming year is increased by about 200,000. On the PERS side, you'll see that funded ratio dropped. I'll go into that in more detail in the following slide. But again, a lot of that decrease has to do with the fact that the investments were not good in fiscal year 22 for CalPERS. So in each actuarial valuation, there's a page in those reports that shows sort of the actual gain and loss. And so with the actuarial valuations, it's an assumption of the future. And so this is where the actuaries are looking at things such as when are people going to retire, their mortality rates, how much is expected for them to increase their salary by, health premiums, things of that nature. And so all of this is assumption based. And what these actual gain loss section of the report, what it tells us is we know that the actuary is not going to be 100% right. There's just no way you're going to guess for certain what's going to happen in the upcoming year. But to the extent that the actual experience is off from the assumptions, that could either be positive for an agency or negative. And so if the assumptions happen to be better, for example, if the amount of investment earnings happens to be better than the assumption, then that's an actuarial gain that actually helps the unfunded liability, it decreases it. If you have another situation where, let's say, the investment losses or the investment earnings are worse than assumed, or if employees are retiring sooner than expected, their pay raises are greater than the actuary assumes, those are things that result in actuarial losses, and that's going to be something that would increase the unfunded liability. And so this table or this slide breaks down sort of what took place in those fiscal years. So for CalPERS, this is for June of data as of June of 2022. You'll see in that very top box that a majority of the loss in that unfunded liability, about 75 million, comes from the fact that the investment results for CalPERS in 2022 were not good. They assumed 6.8% annually. in 2022, CalPERS actually earned a negative 6.1%, and that's what drives a lot of what that loss that we see. And so that is in sharp contrast to when we did this presentation last year. The CalPERS funded ratio actually shot up to 74%, and that's because CalPERS had a 21% return in that year. And so one year in 21 was great, and where they earned 21%, the following year you see negative 6.1%, and that's what really is driving that huge loss that we're seeing on the CalPERS side. On top of that investment loss, another part of the assumptions, like I had mentioned, is based off of kind of demographic experience, like when are people going to retire, how long do they live, the way the salaries are moving. And so in the CalPERS valuation reports, there was also a loss of 10.4 million there. And as the note says here, that had to do with salary growth and the demographic experience being less favorable to the city than assumed. And so in total, it was a loss of on unfunded liability between June of 2021 through June of 2022 of about 85 million. On the PAR side, so this data is as of June 30th of 2023, or the most recent fiscal year. We had an investment gain on that side. So PARs, the assumed investment earnings is 6.5% annually, and then PARs returned around 7.5%. So you see that because the earnings were higher than what was assumed, we do have a slight gain there of about 280,000, or 0.28 million. On the kind of demographic side, so that's the following row of negative 2.4 million, that has to do with losses due to salary growth being higher than was assumed. And then we also had a lot more retirees than the actuary had assumed in that year. So that drove up or caused an actual loss there. Another piece is CalPERS does an experience study. And so this is a study that they do every 4 years where they're evaluating sort of, how long have people lived, over the last 10 years, things such as inflation, things that would drive the liability up, and just looking at all that data. And so this is a study that they do every 4 years. The PARS actuary implemented these new assumptions based off of that study. And so that's another thing that has caused the liability to grow as well, just the fact that they've updated the assumptions. And so things such as we're just living longer. People living longer is going to be something that's going to drive up costs on the liability side. And so in total, on the PAR side, we have a loss in unfunded liability for the year in 2023 of 2.2 million. As I'd mentioned with CalPERS, because the data is fairly delayed, we are looking at data of as of 2022. We know what's taking place in 2023. And so the purpose of this slide is really to provide the council and public with more recent information than sort of what CalPERS has given us through the valuation report. And so for fiscal year 2022-23, which is this past fiscal year, we know that CalPERS earned 5.8%. They assumed 6.8%, so this is, while it's a positive return, it's less than what they assumed, and we know what that number is, and we have the ability through a tool that CalPERS provides, kind of forecast what's the impact of that. And so we've put that into our forecast where we can't kind of play with any of the other assumptions as far as how long people are going to live and things like that. But just on investments, we've kind of provided a forecast or an update to our numbers based off this 5.8% return. And so with this 5.8% that CalPERS earned in this past fiscal year, we're going to have to start paying for that in fiscal year 25-26. So that's where I'd mentioned kind of the lag between the data and when we get it. We're going to get that information in July of 2024, and then we're going to have to start paying for this in July of 2025. So that's the delay in sort of when the data is provided and when we actually start paying for it. CalPERS is also currently working on their asset liability management cycle. So this is a kind of a process they go through every 4 years where they're looking at things such as, the assets and investment classes they're investing in. They're looking at an experience study that I'd mentioned that they had completed in a couple years ago. And they're also looking at that discount rate. So sort of right now it's at 6.8%. Should they lower that? Should they keep it higher? This is part of the process that they're going through. And so what they're working on in 24 and then also into 25 is going to be looking at, is the discount rate still appropriate? Should they be changing up their investment mix and things of that nature? And then the final table on this slide is sort of how our funded status is tracked over the last, since 2020. So in 2020, it was 65%. 2021, as I had mentioned, because of those really strong investment returns, we saw funded status shoot up to 74%. When we did this presentation last year, we were assuming that in 2022, we knew that it was going to be a bad year because the year had already passed. The assumption at that time was that we were going to end the year at 66%. We were off by 1%, so it actually, funded status was ended the year at 65%. And so our projection for the way 2023 is going to end is at 67%. So we expect the funded status to move up despite CalPERS not hitting their investment target. And so with that, I will pass it on to our HR Director, Jessica Bose.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm going to talk about OPEB. OPEB stands for Other Post-Employment Benefits. The only OPEB the City of Vacaville has is retiree medical. Currently, we have 3 tiers. The first and second tier are both closed plans, so no new entrants into those plans. They're based on similar benefit levels, but tier 2 is based on years of service, years of total service. And then effective in 2018 and 2020, respectively, for our non-safety and safety groups, we implemented tier 3, which is a much different benefit and what all of our new hires go into automatically. The city contracts with CalPERS for health insurance for actives and retirees, and the plan design, premiums are all determined by internal negotiations between CalPERS and those plans. The city and other contracting agencies such as us have no say in those negotiations. And that's all governed by the PEMCA law, which stands for Public Employees Medical and Hospital Care Act. Based on a recommendation by the Solano County Grand Jury, staff has been presenting the annual health rates to council since 2020. And the city's cost is based on the Kaiser rate for active employees. And we've negotiated in bargaining, collective bargaining for a split between the employer and employee of 85 to 15%. The employer pays 85 of the Kaiser premium. The employee picks up the 15%. If they choose a health plan that costs more, they pick up the difference. The 2024 rates have increased by 11.78% over the 2023 rates. A lot of this is market volatility that is tied back to COVID and health plans not earning what they expected during COVID. It was an increase across the board at all the CalPERS health plans. It still keeps our average over the last 10 years for the Kaiser rate at 4.04%. Rates are cover a calendar year rather than a fiscal year. So when we come to you with these, they're going to cover half of each fiscal year we're talking about at that time. And the new rates are released in the spring. So we'll see the rates for 2025 around June of this year. Preliminary rates will come out May and June. Detailed rate sheets are attached to your staff report, so you can see what the actual amounts are for single, double family for all of the rate plans with CalPERS. So next, I'd like to introduce our actuary, Eric Goodhart. Some of you may recognize him from the prior times he's come to present this. Eric has more than 25 years of actuarial experience, and he's performed the city's OPEB valuations since 2015. The company that he works for, Milliman, has been doing those since 2008. As you can see, he has several notable speaking and training engagements under his belt, and we welcome Eric back.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members, thank you for having me. This represents the 4th time I've been before Council to present these results, 5th time in total. In COVID, I presented these results virtually. But the first slide I'll be discussing is sort of where we were last year and where we are now. So when I spoke before you 12 months ago, in the left-hand column, we had an unfunded actuarial liability of $68 million in the OPEB plan, funded ratio of 44%. And at the time, I estimated that the actually determined contribution for fiscal 24 would be 9.3 million. And we were using a discount rate of 6.5%, meaning that was the discount rate when we take the future cash flows and discount them back to today. We were assuming a 6.5% rate of investment return. So this year, with the most current valuation results, we can see that the actuarial liability increased by about $12 million. And I expect the liability to grow each year by a certain amount. But in a slide that's forthcoming, you'll see that the increase is a little more than I was expecting. Surrogate assets increased by about 10% from 54 to 60 million. That's through a combination of contributions the city made to the trust, plus investment earnings over the 12-month period. So the unfunded actuarial liability as of June of 23 was about $6 million higher. And some of that was expected, but in a slide is forthcoming, I'll explain what changed. The funded ratio, much the same. And because liabilities came in a little bit higher than what we were expecting, the actual determined contribution for fiscal 24 is now 9.9 million, as opposed to the preliminary estimate of 9.3 million, I believe, this time last year. Part of the increase is due to the bottom row, where we decreased the discount rate assumption from 6.5% to 6.25%. And I'll discuss that more coming up. But next slide. So 12 months ago when I was here, if you'd asked me, Eric, where are we going to stand when you come here next time in 12 months? Where will we be? I would have given you an estimate of where the liability stood, where I thought the assets would stand, and where the actual liability, unfunded actual liability would stand. So this slide here is going to explain to you the changes, what didn't happen according to plan. And a lot of these are the same as what Ken discussed with regard to the pension plans. On the left-hand side, the actuarial liability, we have some unfavorable demographic experience compared to the assumptions, meaning that people's rate of turnover, disability, retirements differed from our underlying assumptions, which is to be expected. As Ken says, we're not going to get it 100% right. We're going to have some deviation. So that resulted in the liability going up by $2 million. But to keep in proper perspective, the liability of the plan is about $125, $130 million. So $2 million on 130 is about a 2% loss, between 1% and 2%. I can live with that. That's well within a reasonable amount from this experience working with these types of plans. I've seen situations where the loss on data is much higher than 2%. Healthcare premiums changed, as Jessica has explained. They change every year. But even then, we were within $1 million. Actually, based on our assumptions, it lowered the liability by $1 million. We anticipate a lot of things that CalPERS and PEMCO are doing, and we had that baked into our valuation already. So when it came time to do this year's valuation, we actually had a decrease in liability of about $1 million. So the first two items, the changes in the data, the census data, the covered group of the city, its actives, its retirees, and the changes in the CalPERS premium rates, if you take the net of those two, it's under $1 million on about $130 million of liability. So that's pretty good. So I'm just going to step aside now and talk about the right-hand side, the assets. So we thought we'd have, based on our assumption, that the fund would earn about $3.6 million. We actually did pretty well. The fund, we were within about $10,000. The fund earned like slightly below 6.49%. We assumed 6.5%. Again, we were almost spot on. Through no fault of my own, it was 6.49. So the reason I bring this up is now I'm going to talk about the last two items on the left-hand side. Even though our assumptions did a pretty good job of explaining demographic experience in fiscal 23, as Ken mentioned with the pension plans, CalPERS did make changes to their assumptions for retirement, mortality, also disability, salary scale. Because the city's OPEB group also participates in the CalPERS pension plan, it's reasonable to say, well, if CalPERS change the assumptions for the pension plan, and it's the same covered group, we need to change the demographic assumptions for the OPEB valuation too. And that's what we did. And the result of those assumption changes was a $3.5 million liability increase. Now, as Ken said, these CalPERS updates these assumptions every 4 years. So I believe the next valuation that we will reflect this would be 26. I could have done this last year, but it got done in 23 rather than 22. I anticipate we will update the CalPERS assumptions again in 26. So we'll have two more valuations after this one using the current assumptions, and then we'll update again in 26. We also, even though we did pretty well investment-wise, we were almost spot on with our assumption. The CERBIT indicated that their capital market assumption suggests a 6% investment return going forward. We were using 6.5 with the city. So it was, Ken and I had some discussions. I also had some discussions with our investment professionals at Milliman, and we felt comfortable that a 6.25 assumption is a little more reasonable than the 6.5 assumption that we were using in the past few years. Even though 6.5 did very well during fiscal 23, it is a long-term assumption, not an assumption just for the prior year. So we have to look forward many years, and we think a 6.25 assumption is a better representation how assets perform in the long term. So that assumption should hold steady for a while. That's not something you want to change a lot, because if you're changing it every year, it means you don't have much confidence in the assumption to begin with. If I change it to 6.25, I'm going to stick with it. But I can't promise that it's going to be 6.25 forever. So all in all, the reason the actual liability came in about $8 million higher than where we thought. And as you can see, 7.1 million of that is due to the last two items, assumption changes. And those assumption changes aren't going to happen every year. When I come here, if I'm speaking before you this time next year, those last two items on the left side probably won't be part of the equation. We're not going to change the CalPERS assumptions again. We're not going to change the investment return assumption again next year. They'll remain the same. So this is a historical slide. This is a slide I like to part with, because this is where we were. You can see where we were about 10 years ago compared to where we are now. So 10 years ago, the city's pension OPEB plan had a funded percentage of not even 12%. When I first started working on this in 2015, we were a little better. And then when Ken and I really started working together full time on this, was in 2017. That was the first evaluation he and I worked on this together. And we've made great strides between 17 and 21. June 30, 21 was the high point. We had a funding ratio of 56%. But as Ken talked about the pension, fiscal 22 was not a good year from investments. So the green bar has decreased a little bit. We did okay in fiscal 23, but we still have some catching up to do. I mean, the performance during fiscal 22, there's still some effects of that. I think fiscal 24 to date, from July 1, 23 to today, probably has exceeded the 6.25%. And Ken can confirm, but we're probably looking, at least for the first 8 months, stronger than expected investment return, which is a good thing. I said for fiscal 22, it was terrible. Fiscal 23, right where we thought it would be. I think fiscal 24, if nothing happens in the last 4 months, knock on wood, we should have a gain on assets. So I don't know what the liabilities will do, but I should be coming here next year talking about an asset gain as opposed to a loss or no gain or loss like this year.
That concludes the presentation. We'd be glad to take any questions.
Yeah, thank you. There's a lot to digest there. Clearly, it's probably more enjoyable to come and give good news versus having to explain this. I do appreciate the side-by-side slides where you went to prior to the loss year, because I do remember that being shared. Yeah, -6 is a terrible return in all the assumption changes. Yeah, PERS did not do well that year. Councilmember Silva.
Yeah, thank you. Just a quick question or clarification more so. So we've adjusted salaries, we've increased positions in police department, fire department, other city staff services. Are those increased costs and the retirement plans associated with that impacting these projections?
Sure, I can speak on the pension side. And so just on salary growth or like any sort of rate increase, if it's higher, if that increase is higher than what CalPERS assume, then that would be part of not the investment piece, but that demographic experience. That's where you're going to see it. And so I'm just going to throw it out there as an example. But let's say CalPERS assumes that an agency is going to give 3% COLAs. If we were to give a much higher amount, then that's where you're going to see a loss because of that. So that's how that plays out.
Thank you.
And then just on the OPEB side, OPEB benefits are not at all pay related. So if you have two employees in the same tier, employee 1 makes X, employee 2, similarly situated, makes double, 2X. Their OPEB benefits are the same. It's not impacted at all by salary experience. So OPEB benefits are immune to salary changes. The benefits are the same.
Thank you. I'm going to open up to the public for, I see a light. Councilmember Wiley.
Thanks for the information. It is a lot to digest. I have one question on the health increase, the premiums? Because I think this year it increased to 11%, but then it said that over a 10-year period, we're using a 4% increase. So what 10-year period is that? Because it just seems like they keep going up so high that so I just want to know what 10-year period that was.
It's from 2013 to 2023, or I'm sorry, 2014 to 2024.
Okay, but we can,
the last 10 years.
we can really think that it's not going to be 4% anytime in the future because the last 4 years have been much more than 4%. Isn't that a safe bet?
Possibly, yeah. We don't know until they come out, obviously, but we like to show every year I change that past 10 years to capture the current year. So it moves along with the new rates as we get them.
Okay.
So we can see that trend.
If I just may add, I don't know if you have, I assume you have copies of our valuation report, like the OPEB valuation report. If you wanted to see what our healthcare actuaries feel the increases will be going forward, one of the assumptions that we use in our OPEB valuation is healthcare trend. What do we think the premiums are going to do in the future? Because many of the benefits through the OPEB plan are tied to premium increases. If premiums go up 10%, the explicit contributions that pre-65 retirees are going to get, actual dollars towards their health care, is going to go up 10%. So those trend assumptions are very important, and our healthcare actuaries who, I've mentioned this every time I come here, but I'll just mention it again. Even though I sit in Virginia, the healthcare actuaries that I use to set these assumptions, which I am not qualified to make, they are well familiar with the healthcare plans in California. They work with other California municipalities. So those assumptions are created by actuaries who have a lot of experience with California municipal OPEB plans. So I would say if you want to see what we thought, what the healthcare actuaries think premiums are going to do in the future, that assumption in our report, just give you an idea.
All right. And I think it's not really pertaining to this, but it's just, I think it can be a quick question. So all employees have access to participating in the health savings plan if they choose to. Is that correct or not?
Only Tier 3 employees.
Oh, Tier 3. Okay, thanks.
Vice Mayor Ritchie.
Thanks so much for your report. I was reviewing over the weekend. And just, I know it could be a short meeting, but I just wanted to kind of speak my mind in regards to OPEB and unfunded liabilities, and it was really kind of overarching. I'm not here to spend my days and every minute I love finance. I love numbers. Me and Kim geeked out a lot. I actually see his old boss every weekend on the soccer teams, but he says hi every day. California's a hot mess, and I really need us to understand, like, Vacaville, Solano County, it's 158 counties in the state of California. Like, we have to look at the whole state. California lost $41.8 billion of taxable revenue last year. That's why it went from this beautiful budget to a deficit. The main reason why is because of California's quality of life, safety, and the way they have company structures. Employers left, high earners left for safety and a more financially suiting place and safety reasons and health. What we have in Vacaville with our unfunded liabilities, with the budgets, is a reflection of the quality of life and financial safety everyone seeks. We got to fix this, our city, our county, our state. We need to make sure that the economic development team has ability to keep fostering growth in our city. Like, trying to save money, it's like holding sand in your hand. It's going to go out anyways. You better figure out how to make money to replenish the coffers. We're always going to have expenses. Cities are not made ever. There's no city in America that's, we actually have a surplus. They run on deficits. Our team's amazing. You guys work really hard to make sure that we keep everything in balance. We had extra money, we put it into the queue. We helped pay down the fund. I don't want this to go past feeling like this is a negative, oh boy, we're losing money. We need to make sure that what we can control is City of Vacaville. We need to make sure that we have a high public safety, high safety, and financial safety. People will leave. Companies will not come if we don't keep the level of service, quality of life high in our city, in our county, in our state. It's not rocket science. Like, the people that we are employing in uniforms, the public safety, public works, that make our city beautiful, to keep us going, They make sure people want to come visit us. When Dawn shows people around, companies want to be a place where their employees feel safe. So yes, the better we do at keeping Vacaville an amazing place to be, we'll keep tax dollars rolling in. The two main things is property tax and sales tax. People are going to buy homes and shop where they want to live and where they feel safe. That's what's going to keep us having a prosperous city to able to allow Ken to dump more money in to pay down that amortization like a mortgage on our debt. It just be remiss if I didn't mention how bad it is. And this California, I'm not saying it's California. We can go on a tangent, Prop 47, the whole stuff about what's making California not business friendly and not safe. But we got to make sure we can do what we can. I just don't have this negative Nelly, like, oh, we're going in debt. Cities run in debt. They're not professional companies. You guys are managing it right, but we need to make sure we empower our city to allow public safety, public works to make it so it's an attractive place to come, stay, reside, and invest. So I just really appreciate your work. The numbers look really disturbing, but there's a huge exodus for safety and financial safety. And I make sure that Vacaville is a place you want to be. So I just really appreciate all the efforts we do, the council, to make sure that we make rules, regulations, policies, procedures that make sure we ensure people can feel safe in Vacaville. Because if you're here, you'll spend money, and that keeps us paying the debt down. But if you don't like Vacaville, you're going to leave, and we're going to go farther into a hole. So it's a symbiotic circle. We got to do our part to make Vacaville prosperous. Therefore, we can pay down the debt faster. That's it.
And open up to the public for comment. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. You might recall that I had a question and a comment about a year ago on this subject. I also indicated that public funds were going to take a big drop, and I'm no economist, but I was correct, and I also survived the Jimmy Carter years, and I remember when I was paying over 13% on a mortgage. My question was, and it hasn't been answered to this date, and I couldn't find it on the CalPERS website, is if the city had opted out of ESG investments. Now, the reason I brought that up is that ESG does not meet the definition of fiduciary responsibility, and a half a dozen states have withdrawn their funds from portfolio managers that invest in ESG because ESG is a social construct, not a return on investment. Whatever the argument for the social construct, I really don't care. I want to see the dollars on the bottom line. As a taxpayer and also a recipient of CalPERS, I'm very concerned if the city has not, if it has failed to opt out of ESG investment pools with CalPERS, because that focus has nothing to do with return on the dollar. And that's your responsibility as a city council, is to be our fiduciary. And I hope that you'll do that. I think we're going to see more difficult times ahead, and I agree with the vice mayor very directly. I'm very impressed with this diatribe. Long, like always, but very, very correctly stated, in my opinion. So if we can get some answers on ESG investments with the city money, what CalPERS funds, and how that money's being directed. So for the biggest benefit of the taxpayer and the citizen of the community, and not some social construct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of this, and maybe you can explain one thing just without going into detail, because I mean, I'm a benefactor of the PERS system, and I've watched where we are, and I appreciate the work, Ken, that you and your team do to chase the numbers and realize that's probably what keeps you up at night, because to make sure that we're going to be stable and have the ability to survive the ebbs and flows of an economic downturn. Investments were the downturn. That was I mean, you could have just put all your money in a safe environment and you'd have made, 4 to 5%, and they made a -6. And it does raise the question about their financial investments. Does the city of Vacaville have any say in PERS financial investments?
Yeah, we have the same say that if you're a retiree or anybody else that shows up to those CalPERS board meetings. So CalPERS is one where we send the money to CalPERS. We have the opportunity to speak about investments. I had mentioned that there's this ALM process that they're going through. They go through every 4 years, and that's where they're looking at sort of what should they invest in, whether it's real estate, whether it's private equity, the stock market, things of that nature. And so when they have these board meetings, these are going to be the times when, if the city wants to take a stance on that, or even if you're just a member of the public or retiree, those are the meetings to kind of voice that. But we don't have the opportunity with CalPERS where we send them the money and say, please invest it in this manner. I mean, they take all of the money that's invested by all the different agencies and they invest it according to what their board approves as the allocation for that, for that time period.
Thank you. All right, well, appreciate the presentation. There's no action item on this tonight, just to receive it and stay on top of it. I appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This next item before you is more about financial matters related to the city's budget. It's that time of year for our mid-year budget update. We have our budget team comprised of Ken Matsumiya and team, Leslie Hoover and John Collette, here to give you an update and make a recommendation on mid-year budget adjustments.
Yeah, moving chairs.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. As the City Manager mentioned, tonight we will be presenting an update on how the general fund is tracking through mid-year, as well as an update on ARPA. Starting with our revenues, this slide shows our revenue projections during budget adoption back in June and our updated projections for the current fiscal year based off what we're seeing through mid-year. Unlike previous budget updates, we are expecting revenues to come in slightly lower than originally estimated. For example, at mid-year update last year, our revised projections were 2.5% higher than originally estimated, compared to the negative 1.2% before you tonight for fiscal year 24. We'll go over these revenue categories in more detail a little bit later in the presentation, but just to highlight a couple of the revised projections on this page. The sales tax and Measure M category were the two main categories where our revised projections at mid-year would typically outpace our original budget projections. For example, last fiscal year, these categories saw a variance of a 5% increase or to the positive side. And this year, we are not only not getting that bump in sales tax revenues, but we're actually seeing a decrease from the original estimate. The attributing factors for the decrease are higher interest rates, economic uncertainty, which we've talked about in previous budget presentations, or that consumer wall of worry, and elevated inflation. Sales tax are projected to be lower by 1.43% at the end of the fiscal year, and Measure M by 3.7%. The other taxes category, revenue estimate has been lowered by 4.3%, as multiple revenue sources have been revised lower, and this can be attributed to higher interest rates and the decrease in sales tax revenue that we're seeing come in. The department charges and fees categories projecting to be approximately 2% higher than the original estimate. And in the other revenues category, the projected estimate has been increased by roughly 4% as intergovernmental transfers related to ambulance transports were higher than originally anticipated. Overall, our revised projection for the general fund revenues is to finish below by about 1.7 million or 1.2% below initial estimates made in June. This slide shows the general fund expenditure budget for the year separated into salary and benefits, the columns on the left, and services and supplies, the column on the right, and how we're tracking through mid-year. Salaries and benefits are tracking within budget at mid-year at 47%, and this is consistent with the trend that we've seen in previous fiscal years. For services and supplies, we're at 57% committed through mid-year, It's important to note that this 57% committed amount includes encumbered amounts for contracts entered into during the first half of the year for services or goods that are to be provided later in the fiscal year. The actual services and supplies expenditures were at 39% through December. So these are actuals spent or money that's left the bank. The expenditure number is in line with what we've seen over the last several fiscal years at the midpoint mark, with the exception of last fiscal year or fiscal year 23. If council recalls, last fiscal year, our expenditures were significantly higher at roughly 46% expended, and the increase was due to a combination of supply chain issues resulting in delayed products and services being delivered in the fiscal year, as well as rising costs. So that has seemed to subside or stabilize and trend back towards what we typically see at mid-year. Overall, general fund expenditures for the fiscal year, so that's salary and benefits plus services and supplies, for the city, we're at 45.5%, and this is slightly lower than what we typically see at mid-year. We're usually around 46 to 47%. This part of the presentation will focus on revenue trends through mid-year. So that's July 2023 through December of 2023. The trends are based on actual revenues for the first 6 months of the fiscal year, along with updated sales tax estimates from our consultant, HDL. Property taxes account for approximately 27% of the city's general fund revenues, making it the largest source of general fund revenues. Through second quarter, the city received $16.6 million in property tax revenue. And as you can see from the chart on the right, this is flat from last fiscal year. Regular property taxes has seen an average annual growth rate of 5.2% since fiscal year 1920. The property tax category mainly consists of property tax, VLF or vehicle licensing fees, and the residual balance and pass-through payments. Sales tax is the second largest revenue source for the city, accounting for approximately 21% of the city's general fund revenues, and Measure M consists of 16% of the city's general fund revenues for a combined total of 37%. Through mid-year, combined sales tax was at $25.9 million, represented by that green line on the graph to the right. And that's compared to $26.3 million last fiscal year, or about a 1.5% decrease from last fiscal year. Just below the green line, we've separated again sales tax and Measure M, so we can look at them independently. Sales tax is represented by that blue column, and Measure M by the yellow column. We'll look at sales tax first. The city brought in $14.5 million at mid-year, no change from last fiscal year. And for Measure M, the yellow column, the city brought in $11.4 million versus $11.8 million last fiscal year, and this is about a 3.4% decrease. Some key categories that HDL is projecting to be lower in fiscal year 24 are general consumer goods by about 1.2%, a 1.2% decrease. And it's important to note that while it's only a 1.2% decrease, this is the largest revenue source within sales tax. Autos and transportation is projected to see a 2.9% decrease, and building and construction at an 8.5% decrease for fiscal year 24. These are just a few of the categories within sales tax, but we would like to point out to council that most of the revenue categories within sales tax are projected to be flat to slightly negative for fiscal year 24. Other taxes besides property sales and Measure M taxes account for approximately 19% of the city's general fund revenues. Through second quarter, revenues were $11.3 million versus $11.7 million last fiscal year. This is about a 3.4% decrease. Taxes in the category consist of franchise taxes, paramedic taxes, TOT or transient occupancy tax, excise taxes, business license tax, and real property transfer taxes. Notable categories for tonight are the real property transfer taxes, which are related to the buying and selling of real estate, has seen a decrease of 18% compared to fiscal year 23. We've talked about the decrease in real property transfer taxes in the last couple of budget updates, and this is due to the rising interest rates. Rates aren't increasing at this point, but now they are higher for longer than we anticipated, and it's contributing to the economic uncertainty in the markets. Then we have TOT, the transient occupancy tax. This is a tax based on local hotel stays. We've also talked about TOT in the last couple budget updates, with revenues trending lower in the category. In fiscal year 22, we saw TOT significantly increase as there was pent-up demand from the pandemic lockdown or stay-at-home orders. And in fiscal year 23, we saw TOT revenues start to level off and significantly drop at the end of the fiscal year, and this has continued into fiscal year 24. As you can see, our revenues are 11.7% lower than last fiscal year. The department charges and fees category accounts for approximately 9% of the city's general fund revenues. Through December, revenues were at $6.4 million. This is a 4.9% increase from fiscal year 23, or an increase of 8.9% from fiscal year 22. This category contains the charges and fees for all of the city's departments, with Parks and Recreation and the Fire Department's paramedic fees being the bulk of the revenue in the category. Through second quarter, Parks and Recreation revenues were at $2.5 million compared to $1.8 million last fiscal year. This is a 37% increase year over year. In the past budget updates, we've talked about Parks and Rec revenues continuing to improve, but we're still lower than the pre-pandemic levels. Through fiscal year 24, we are now seeing those revenues surpass the pre-pandemic levels as their programs and charges for service continue to trend higher. Some of the activities and programs that we'd like to highlight for Parks and Rec through mid-year were aquatics, gymnastics, youth services, and youth sports. The Fire Department's ambulance revenue has seen an increase of approximately 2% in revenue through mid-year versus fiscal year 23. Actual ambulance revenue came in at $3.1 million versus $3 million last fiscal year. So we're expecting to continue to see low to modest growth in ambulance revenue for the remainder of fiscal year 24. Overall, the department charges and fees are estimated to be slightly higher than originally estimated at the beginning of fiscal year 24. We are projecting to finish about 2% higher than our original revenue projections. That concludes the presentation on mid-year revenue trends, and from here I will pass it to Leslie for proposed budget augmentations.
Good evening. Tonight I'll be going over the proposed budget augmentations for council's consideration. This slide contains proposed augmentations for both staffing and services and supplies, which, if approved, would add 2 budgeted full-time positions. The first position is a systems administrator for the Information Technology Division within the City Manager's office. As noted in the staff report, this position is critical at this point as continuing technological advances have extremely heavy load on our IT division. Our current supervisory control and data acquisition SCADA system for the water and wastewater treatment plants was implemented over 10 years ago. Historically, these systems were primarily analog and not internet connected. They would get installed and left alone unless there was a failure or an issue. This meant it could be repaired or managed by few individuals. However, now these systems are virtualized, which requires robust and redundant hardware infrastructure. They are now connected to the city's network and have resources available via cellular and the internet. This critical infrastructure now requires more dedicated IT staff time than ever before. This added position would allow dedicated staff to focus on specific SCADA-related needs like supporting servers, storage, network, and backup hardware infrastructure, as well as maintaining virtual servers, software solutions, security firewalls, and secure remote access services. This position would be funded 50% through the general fund and then 50% by the utilities, water, and sewer funds. The ongoing annual impact is $138,000. The net impact in the current fiscal year is $34,500, and this is assuming an April hire date. The second position we have for your consideration is a utility operations and maintenance manager funded by the utilities funds. If you recall from budget adoption, we had an organizational change between our public works and our utilities departments. In December of 2022, the State Water Resource Control Board adopted updates to the statewide Sanitary Sewer System General Order Number 1, which required sewer staff to report directly to the utility department. This regulation change required us to move our field utilities division, then within Public Works, to the utility department. While there is no physical movement of staff, this organizational change resulted in moving 22 full-time employees from Public Works Maintenance to the Utilities Department. It also included the elimination of one full-time Public Works Superintendent position. Since this time, the Utilities Department has been continuing to assess duties related to the restructuring and the eliminated supervisory position. Furthermore, by integrating the 22 employees for the water distribution and sewer collection, the Utility Department has required the full-time attention of the incumbent Utilities Operation and Maintenance Manager. The manager is responsible for addressing new and ongoing logistical, operational, regulatory, and structural issues as a part of the department's requirement to comply with the general order. As part of this restructuring, cross-connection staff and the responsibility have been placed under water distribution. This is in addition to the management of the water operations program. In all, the incumbent is responsible for managing a division consisting of 4 separate programs and 31 full-time staff. Furthermore, one of the utilities maintenance supervisors has been providing additional managerial support to the wastewater operations and maintenance staff. This group is responsible for sewer operations, sewer and water maintenance, maintenance of the Gibson Canyon Sewer Treatment Plant, and the sludge disposal biosolids program. The Easterly Treatment Plant and associated programs require full-time management to maintain compliance with several regulatory permits that must be compiled with the order to comply with the order for the sewer plant. The programs and projects that are run by both of the positions, if this second position was not presently filled, the responsibilities for both positions have expanded. The organizational restructure has resulted in the creation of 2 separate operations and maintenance division. It is now clear that a second full-time operations and maintenance manager position is urgently needed to maintain the critical operations and regulatory requirements of the 2 divisions. This position would be funded by the Utilities Department, with 35% from water and 65% from sewer. The ongoing cost is $215,500. The net fiscal impact in the current year would be $54,400, and this would be assuming an April hire date as well. The next item we have is for our Public Works Department. In 2015, the State Water Resource Control Board adopted the trash amendments rule requiring permitted stormwater dischargers to implement prohibition of discharge trash through the city's storm drainage facilities. In 2017, the city received the order from the State Water Board requiring the city to submit trash capture compliance plan, which was subsequently submitted and adopted by the state. The plan requires annual monitoring. In 2023, we did have a one-time augmentation of $55,000 to fund the complete trash capture compliance monitoring effort, which established the city's baseline for compliance. This effort revealed the required high level of expertise, data analysis, and mapping necessary to perform this work and ensure city compliance, a level of skill only available through a contracted third party. In fiscal year 24 and moving forward, the anticipated funding to continue meeting the state requirement is $36,000. If approved by the council tonight, this would be added to the Public Works Maintenance current operating budget and will also become a part of the base budget in the ongoing future years as well. The last item we have for you is for the fire department. Each year, the fire department performs an annual fireworks prevention program during the summer in preparation of the 4th of July holiday. However, over the past few years, there has been an increase in the use of illegal fireworks year-round throughout our community. In order to combat this, the department would like to expand the current fireworks prevention and outreach campaign. The goal of the expanded program is to provide fireworks prevention education to the youth of Vacaville during their routine public outreach events. Additionally, the department would provide education to the rest of the community through electronic billboard messaging by placing door hangers in high risk and high calls for service areas and providing additional yard signs and banners throughout the whole community. Furthermore, in 2023, the department held its first fireworks take-back event, and the goal would be to host at least 4 of these each year, thus providing residents with a safe way of disposing of fireworks. Funds are being requested now at mid-year to give the department the necessary time to launch the program before the 4th of July. If approved by council tonight, $15,000 of Measure M current property abatement pilot program funds will be shifted to the new expanded fireworks prevention pilot program. Thus, going forward, property abatement pilot program annual funding will be reduced from $50,000 to $35,000. The net impact of this program would not add any additional funding, as this is already a part of the fire department's current operating budget for Measure M. So this side summarizes all of the augmentations that I went over. In the current fiscal year, the total request is $124,900. Again, this assumes an April hire date of those 2 positions. The general fund portion is $53,250. The other funds would be the sewer and water funds, and that is $71,650. Now I will pass it over to Ken to go over the ARPA update and the updated.
Thanks, Leslie. So tonight's the ARPA update is going to be a very brief one. As you'll recall, when we did the Q1 budget update, there was a request to reallocate some of the ARPA funding. And so council approved the reallocation to enhance the cadet program run through the police department, as well as increasing the funding for the arts. There are no recommendations this evening. And so just as a refresher on ARPA, the city received an allocation of $12.6 million. The funding was allocated to 5 priority areas based off of public input. We had a survey, also council direction. And so those 5 priority areas were infrastructure, housing homelessness, economic recovery, direct aid to households, and aid to nonprofits and small businesses. And just a key note here that with ARPA, it is starting to wind down. And so every agency that received ARPA funds has to commit that funding, meaning that it has to be under contract by December of 2024. And so with that deadline coming up, if we choose to, if council would like to further reallocate the money or recommend reallocating any of the unused funds in any different manner, the plan is to have that come back to council as part of the budget adoption process for fiscal year 24-25, because that will really kind of be the last opportunity for us to do that, and still leave us with enough time to put those commitments and get that funding under contract by December of 2024. Next slide, please. So the following chart really just shows how the funding was allocated to the 5 priority areas. And then the more dark blue that each row is, that is how much has currently already been spent or has been fully committed. And so, for example, infrastructure, that funding has already been fully committed to the projects out there. And then for the most part, outside of housing and homelessness, most of the funding has already been committed or is expected to be spent by that or committed by the December 2024 deadline. And so more discussion on this will definitely happen as part of the upcoming budget adoption process. Next slide, please. So the following section is the 5-year forecast. And so starting off with the notes on the 5-year forecast, as mentioned in these previous updates, the city looks at the trends, the things that John was talking about earlier in this presentation, what we're seeing through the first half of the fiscal year. We also work with an outside consultant, HGL, on our sales tax projections. They provide that on a quarterly basis. And then they also provide a property tax projection as well. We have not received that yet, and so that hasn't been updated as part of this 5-year forecast. But starting off on the revenue side, the forecast assumes that on the revenue side with sales tax that there's going to be a decrease in fiscal year 23 and 2024, so the current fiscal year that we're in, compared to last fiscal year. And so if you were to compare the 2 years, we're projecting sales tax revenue for this year to be about 4% lower than how we finished the prior fiscal year, really kind of highlighting the whole economic uncertainty that we had talked about, to be more on the conservative side with that. And on the outside years, annual growth of about 2.5%. Property tax category is still seeing an increase here of about 2.5% to 3%. This is relatively unchanged just because we haven't seen that updated projection yet. And then on the hotel tax, TOT, what John had kind of hinted at and mentioned earlier on in the presentation, that's also been lowered as well. And so really, sales tax and property tax really drives the forecast. I mean, as we all know, those are the 2 biggest revenue sources for the general fund. And so if the sales tax projection, as we're mentioning here, is decreased by 4%, that's going to have an impact on the forecast. And that's, you'll see that in the following slide, but it really speaks to how big those two revenue sources are for our general fund. So overall, for the general fund revenue growth, we're projecting to be about 1% below last year, so essentially remaining flat or being a little bit lower. And then if you compare it to where we were at when we did the budget adoption projection, we were thinking that there was going to be some growth at the very least. And so we have kind of scaled that back. And we did that with the Q1 budget update. We're doing that again with major, just based off of what we're seeing and the trends, and also with discussions with our consultant as well. On the expenditure side, the expenditures factor in any budget augmentations that have been approved by council through currently through the fiscal year. So an example, the Lagoon Valley Fire staffing, the impacts of that not only for this year, but in future years are built into the forecast. We're still working on the 24-25 budget. We're still in the very early stages with that. And so although we have a projection for that upcoming year, that is going to change as we get through the budget adoption and receive council direction on how the next year's budget will look like. On service and supplies, we assume that there's a growth of 2.5% in future fiscal years. And then with our unfunded liabilities and pension, all of that has been updated based off of the prior item and those valuation reports, as well as what I had mentioned, how we know that in fiscal year 22-23, although we don't have the actual valuation report from CalPERS, we know that investment-wise they finished with 5.8%. So we built that into the forecast as well. The forecast also assumes that, this last bullet point here, that the funding for general fund funding for capital improvement projects, and then also for those additional payments to save on interest costs on the pension CalPERS liability, that's going to continue to be funded from reserve as long as we can stay within our policy and do that. Next slide, please. So this chart shows our revenue projections and expense projections for the next 5 years, including kind of how we finished off last year in 23 and also the current year. So the columns represent the expenses, and then the lines across represent revenues. And so the reason why you see kind of two shadings of columns and same thing with the line is because for transparency purposes, we do want to show kind of what, if you were to include MedGerm, how much is that? So the total general fund, and if we didn't have MedGerm, sort of kind of the position we would be in. And so if you look at fiscal year 24, our projection right now is that we will finish slightly above revenues. Total revenues will finish slightly above expenses of about close to 200,000. Then when you're looking at the outside years for basically 25 through 28, that there is a gap there between our revenues and expenses in total of about $4 million. I think it's important to kind of remember as a percentage, because when we're looking at big numbers like this, it can be overwhelming. And so on a percentage basis, we're looking at it on average a 3% gap. And so that means that if we wanted to bring those things into alignment, revenues would have to be 3% higher than we're projecting, or expenses would have to be 3% lower, some combination of that. Next slide, please. And another forecast that we do is, is kind of a plus 5%, minus 5%. So if revenues overall, if they were 5% better than what we're forecasting, or if they're 5% worse, what does that look like? And so really the lines to look at here are really that golden line, that's kind of our current forecast. And then the dashed green line is the plus 5%. The dashed red line is our minus 5%. And it's pretty much a $7 million swing. So if we're 5% better than we're projecting, it's $7 million to the good, or that you can add on to each year. If we're 5% worse than our forecast, is $7 million less. It's a way of viewing that. So the last slides kind of projected out our revenues and expenses. This slide projects kind of how that impacts the reserve. And so as you'll recall, our general fund policy calls for 16 to 25% reserve. So that equates to about 2 to 3 months. The GFOA, or kind of like the government, national government organization, recommends a minimum of about 15%. And so what we're currently projecting is that for fiscal year 24, that we'll finish with about a $53 million reserve, or 40%. That's that second column titled fiscal year 24. So you can see that we're projecting that CIP, the contributions to capital projects from the general fund, coming from the reserve. And you'll notice that the ADP amount we've eliminated that from 25 through 28. That being that because we want to have that reserve stay above the policy level, and really these ADP payments are voluntary, in order to kind of have the very last year, 28, stay above that or within that general fund policy, what we're kind of forecasting or projecting is that if the forecast, if we were right about this and it really played out this way and we didn't make any changes at all, in order to stay within that policy level, you would have to eliminate those ADPs after 24. So that would be the way to read this. Next slide, please. So tonight's recommendation is by a simple motion, receive the general fund mid-year budget report and adopt the subject resolution. Next slide. That will be happy to take any questions.
Thank you for the presentation. There's no doubt that there's always a chance. Many times we think that all staffing augmentations occur during a budget cycle. That's, in my previous experience. However, the evolution of local government is continuously changing and growing, and the demands that the state, I get frustrated that they continue to place unfunded mandates on cities, and we're expected to pick up the tab. And I just think that it's good to highlight that. If there is something that we're having to spend, we're going to have to do, like we're going to have to demonstrate to the state that there isn't trash in our storm drains, but we have to pay the cost. And so it's a reminder that people in Sacramento are making decisions that we have to pay, and there's no funds for it. So I appreciate you being able to share those with us. With that, I'm going to open it up to the council for any questions. Councilmember Silva.
Thank you. Thanks for the overview. I know there's more other projects that we've talked about through the years that we're kind of putting money on side to possibly reinvest. That's part of this, part of these numbers. So we're in. Would it be fair to say we're in deficit? Like we're in deficit spending per se, based on what we've currently talked about the past few years?
What we're projecting for, yes, 25 forward is currently, yes, that would be called deficit spending.
And so then do we have, does the city staff have a suggested plan if we continue to go below our reserve?
Yes, that would be part of the budget adoption discussion. We would definitely recommend not, and there aren't any recommendations this evening to kind of alter the course or change the plans. And just the fact that we've have such a very high reserve, one of the things it buys you is time to kind of further analyze. And so this is a forecast. We'll do another update when we do the Q3 update, and then we're talking about it again in budget adoption. And so if it truly played out that way, or let's say 24 finished negative, there would be ample time to kind of make changes and make those recommendations.
Yeah, so I think like overall, just, I know the city is always looking at different ways to generate revenue in different ways, and kind of going back to the ARPA funds, a couple thoughts, and I'll just throw it out there as brief as I can. I'm kind of interested, in the past we allocated funding to small businesses that show that they had loss of income. I think maybe another consideration for council is to look at if there's some type of matching program that if any business want to improve their storefront, there's some type of matching grant that we can provide small businesses throughout to help generate more traffic to their business, support that small business. Maybe there's other mini grants for different small startups to help out their entrepreneur aspirations. And another area regarding graffiti on private property. There's some situations where there may be graffiti that's on private property, and it's because it's not on public property, there's a lot more restrictions. So something that I've been talking with the Markham Neighborhood Association in particular about is their express commitment to volunteer the labor with an agreement that they can access property to control that, to remediate that blight much more immediately, rather than certain property owners kind of just sitting on it for long. And that just kind of brings down the areas and, overall well-being of our town. So I'm curious to see if there's, some nominal funding that maybe ARPA can be allocated to that if we're looking towards that. And just the other thing was regarding ARPA funds, and just is more of a particular interest that council in the past had supported was funding allocated to a neighborhood plan for particularly the Markham area. So I know there's a deadline on that. So I'm just, I know the city manager will give me an update when that's appropriate, but just to keep that in mind for council. But I'm kind of curious to see if there's other business centers that may benefit from some type of similar plan to help enhance their viability as small businesses. So one that came up in particular if council is interested in, so the area where we have our warming center, they, talking to the business owners in that area initially, it'd be interesting to see if there's some type of extra support that ARPA funds can go to continue to add some vibrancy to those business owners in that particular part of our downtown. I know it's not directly in our downtown improvement district, but still the center of our town. So just some thoughts that are put out there as we move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information. I thought you did a good job anticipating some of the questions, because when you were talking about the drop in the sales tax, my question was, well, there's a whole lot of different kinds of sales tax. So then you broke it down. So I appreciated the way you did that. And so like building and construction was the biggest drop that you mentioned, and it seems like that's one thing that we've tried to do is get building, and we changed the licensing fees and things to get more building, but I think this is just not a good market right now for building. And then that's reflected also in the next thing when you talked about property taxes, and the real property was, down on that as well. In District 6, there's still quite a bit of building going on. And my question is, when big builders come in and do big projects, do they buy their materials here in Vacaville, and do we get their property taxes, or do they bring their materials in from being purchased somewhere else?
I'm not sure about where they buy their material from, and it wouldn't affect property tax. The property tax is going to be driven by like when they pull their building permits and when they actually build the houses, but the sales tax would be affected by that.
Right. Because I see I see a lot of trucks coming in with stuff down Foxborough Parkway a lot. I'll stop and ask them where they bought their stuff before they do it next time. So that was one thing. So I appreciated the way that you divided that out. And then on the augmentation piece, I had one question on the trash monitoring. You said that would be a third-party group. And so are they here just for a limited amount of time, like we're monitoring for these 3 weeks, or how does that work?
I believe it's an annual update, but I would have to defer to the Public Works Director to answer that question specifically.
Thank you for being here.
Evening, Council. Brian McLean, Director of Public Works. So to the mayor's point, this is another unfunded mandate from the state of California. This is an ongoing cost. We'll have to do this monitoring every year until they change the rule. We don't have the staff. We've had to hire an environmental science outfit to come in and do this work, because they've set the bar so high in terms of the threshold of the reporting and the data analysis required. That said, we'll end up doing this every year through our hotspots, the downtown areas, the industrial areas, all these areas that the state wants us to monitor to ensure that, trash, cigarette butts, et cetera, doesn't get down to our storm drains and then out into our creeks.
So with the $36,000, we'll just pay you for a X amount this year, and then we'll just have to do it again next year and then next year. So that was my question.
That's
so just
exactly
monitor during a set period annually.
It's an annual cost.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
So those were the two questions that I had, except just at the very last thing, when you were saying if we were, revenues are not coming in, then we would eliminate that ADP. But then in the long run, doesn't that hurt us? Because then we'd have to pay more later on?
Yeah, we definitely want to make the ADPs. I think the reason why it was eliminated for this is really just if the forecast were to truly play out this way and we weren't going to reduce any expenses, the only way to stay above that reserve policy in all 5 years would be to eliminate the ADP. But if we can make the ADPs, we want to make it because it's going to save in interest costs. And so even when we were doing the forecasts, when we had the ADPs built in there, we were reducing the pension costs because we knew there was going to be an impact to that. By us taking that out for fiscal year 25 forward, we then had to go back and then increase the pension cost because if we're not making them, we can't take credit for that. So, but long run, we want to make those ADPs if we can.
So just to segue off that, you're calculating the pros and cons in a situation like that when you're trying to forecast. So, Mr. City Manager.
Well, I'll just say, as Ken pointed out earlier, that, for purposes of tonight, this is a forecast and we're taking the trends and everything. When we get into the third quarter, but more specifically for the fiscal 25 budget, we're going to give council a lot of information and a lot of decision opportunities to make in terms of where to invest the money so that we can, do what the council's envisioning for the.
And the only other question, if I understand this correctly, is any shift in the final ARPA recommendations will come during the budget cycle?
That's correct.
All right. Open up to the public for comment. Actually, before I do that, Councilmember Roberts, you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question, more of a request, because sparked some interest from the unfunded mandate. Not anytime like now, but maybe when the next budget update comes around, is can we get if feasible, maybe a monetary value of all the unfunded mandates that we have to pay out that the state requires us to do that they don't give us any money for? So we can just see how much we're actually having to fork over for that. Thanks.
Not to add any additional work, but this question crossed my mind as well. It'd be nice to send Sacramento a letter to tell them to stop. So I'm going to open up to the public for comment. Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the council. And I do appreciate the presentation, and I realize it's a forecast, and forecast is always on your mind, and I appreciate the hard work behind it. So with that, you need a Councilmember Stockton.
I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and talk about the fact that you guys do a really good job of putting us in a good position to play the long game. I know that it's going to get difficult, but I also recognize that the three of you have been, for the most part, really on top of some of the stuff and forecasting the future years to come and what kind of challenges we're going to face. And so I'm glad that we have that reserve now, where in the past it's been really tempting to try to use it and utilize it for amenities and different things like that. I think this is when Vacaville is going to continue to provide that quality of service that the residents here really want and be able to assure that moving forward, we're going to be able to maintain that. So I know it's not always great to be able to share some of these things, but it is good to know that we're in a position to continue that quality of life moving forward. So I just wanted to thank you for the presentation.
Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Thank you very much. And with that, we'll move on to the next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This final item before you tonight is a discussion regarding the renaming of an existing public street. While Rika Guidry is coming to make the presentation, just a little bit of background. This comes from multiple requests last year from council about two different requests to rename streets. And so I want to thank in advance Georgianne Meggersmith, our Assistant City Manager, as well as Rika Guidry, our Program Manager, for the hard work that they've been putting in on this particular subject to come back to council. So with that, I'll turn it over to Rika, and she'll walk you through kind of the background, as well as we've kind of separated those two requests into Part A and Part B. And so Rika will go ahead and provide you with the report now.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council. So the renaming of existing public and private streets policy was adopted back in January 27, 2009. The purpose is to establish a process and criteria for requests made by the City of Vacaville residents, business owners, or property owners. There is a two-step process. The first one is consideration of a request to study a proposed street renaming. And the second one is if the criteria have been met, then a formal application would then be submitted. So shown here is a criteria for renaming a street. So this includes the number of properties affected directly and indirectly, recognition of historical significance, impacts on emergency services, costs, precedents, length of the street and its effect to the continuity of the street. And then if it's named in memory of an individual, then the individual must have been deceased for at least 3 years. This includes historic persons or national and or local heroes. So as our city manager, Mr. City Manager did allude to earlier, is that there are two parts to tonight's discussion. Part A, about 5 months ago, on September 12th, a request was made by Councilmember Chapman to consider renaming a street for Martin Luther King Jr. Martin Luther King Jr. was a leader of the American Civil Rights Movement who organized peaceful protests, including the March on Washington in 1963. 3 months later is Part B. On December 12th, Councilmember Stockton requested to consider renaming a street in memory of a city employee, and that's retired police officer Walt Simon. Both have similar criteria, but Part B has additional considerations. So staff performed a citywide street renaming assessment, but we found that there are very few collector streets with limited number of addresses. As such, we focused on Vanden Road as an option. We also looked at the history of Vanden Road and where that name came from. And turns out it's a Scandinavian family by the name of Vanden who settled in the Vacaville, Fairfield area in mid-1880s. They started a store and made plans for a town called Vanden. That also include a railroad station, but the plans were never materialized. So here's a map of Vanden Road. And please note that north is going to the left, and this is only so we can capture the road in its entirety from Marshall Road all the way down south towards Fairfield, but it ends at the city limit. So directly impacted along this stretch is Callison Elementary School, and then 4 home-based businesses directly impacted here. And indirectly impacted are 6 additional home-based businesses depicted by the blue dots. I'd also like to point out that Magnolia Park is undergoing park improvements, and this means that around this area, the road will terminate and then loop around similar to the area around Foxborough Parkway. So this slide lists the impacts to residents, businesses, and tenants. Directly impacted are 55 residential homes, and as previously mentioned, Callison Elementary School and 4 home-based businesses. Indirectly impacted, which are those adjacent to Vanden Road and within 100 feet, are 213 additional residential homes, and again, the 6 additional home-based businesses. So for residents, having their street renamed results in needing to change their addresses in a wide variety of places. This comes from DMV, banks, employers, insurance, schools, and that's only to name a few. For businesses or other agencies, they would need to update many of the same things as well as their marketing. Additionally, they may face challenges of duplicating addresses or records resulting in poor customer experiences. The total anticipated cost for this is $30,500. So we talked about the policy and some impacts to those who live and work on the street to be renamed. The process itself is usually initiated by the citizens, residents, business owners, or property owners for renaming the public or private streets. In both of the cases we're discussing tonight, the requests are coming from council members, so the city would be the requester. As provided in full detail in the staff report, shown here are some of the steps pertaining to the consideration of requests. The second step of the process is the formal application process. Assuming the study is complete with all the necessary approvals and support, then a formal request for renaming is submitted, and then a public hearing is held before the Planning Commission to consider the request. Again, the staff report provides a more in-depth detail for this step. However, in this step, it does explain that at the public hearing, the Community Development Director provides an analysis and a recommendation, and this may include the approval of the request along with a delay in the implementation in order to allow the affected landowners, businesses, and tenants to give them an opportunity to plan and also minimize the impacts associated with the name change. So we walk through the process, and here's what it looks like in terms of staff hours for the different steps. The heavy lift is on community development, but other departments are involved as well. The total anticipated cost is $59,100. Adding all potential impacts and the overall process, the total anticipated costs are approximately $89,600. So looking at the 2 requests, we've been asked to consider Martin Luther King Jr., and it does meet the policy criteria. However, the impacts to those addresses on Vanden Road could make it challenging to get the 75% approval needed. So because renaming an existing street comes with a variety of challenges, we did want to share another option for Martin Luther King Jr., the request for the Martin Luther King Jr., and that would be to name a new street after him. While we don't have any specific street options to share with you now, there will be opportunities to identify arterial or collector streets in the east of Leisure Road and northeast growth area that might be a good fit for the naming request. So naming a new street would avoid the impacts and processes associated with renaming an existing street. Rather, listed here are a variety of methods. The first one would be an amendment to the policy. The second, during the initiation of the east of Leisure Road and or northeast growth area specific plan process, or a general plan amendment. So the same policy considerations applying for renaming a street in memory of a city employee. Although the situation is not expressly described in the policy, it is, however, specifically addressed that deceased individuals must have been deceased for at least 3 years. So some alternatives would be to identify possible CIP projects or memorial recognitions at city facilities like City Hall. Tonight's recommendation is to receive the presentation for consideration and provide direction. And with that, this concludes my presentation. And any questions or comments?
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you, City Manager, for putting it on the agenda. I do have a question, and that is, what is the direct expense that a homeowner, a resident on that street, on that corridor, would incur? Do you have an idea?
We don't, unfortunately. Looking at all the factors, DMV, Social Security, anything of that nature, it would have various impacts as far as costs go. We didn't look that further into it. Pending the approval, the 50% petition, and then we would move forward to look into that information.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions at this point, so I'm going to open up to the public for comment and bring it back after that. Good evening.
I've lived here since 1988 and drove down Vanden many a time. I even years ago printed out something looking for stuff and saw the little map of the town of Vanden, which apparently never happened. I don't favor renaming any existing street. I drove through Roberts Ranch and Carroll Way is there, and I think that's a great solution. Come up with new. We're a growing city. We have a lot of areas. Vanden High School carries their name. To me, heritage is very important. And the fact that they came in the 1880s and, Cannon Station is named because of Cannon Station at Cannon Road. So they named a park after Cannon Station. These are all from our history. We get rid of history too much, in my view. And I think with new, and you could find a longer street, maybe a more popular street to name after Martin Luther King Jr. I just think it'd be a great idea. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. I would suggest that we name new streets. I'm shocked, though, that somebody did a little bit of reading of Dr. King and lived during that era. A city that disregards his teachings will take on renaming a street for him. I want to see a street with Dr. King's name on it. I would love to see a facility with Dr. King's name on it. And Dr. Thomas Sowell and Aubrey Shines and Robert Woodward. I could name off a whole bunch of people. But the city practices DEI, which is absolutely contrary to Dr. King's teaching. So people like do the current thing. Historically, this is going to be judged. Haven't addressed navigation systems, all the map books. I know I don't pay an extra $150 to put a new chip in my nav on my car. Renaming a street, there's a lot to that. So I'd say leave the streets alone. The existing history, that's fine. But when we do this thing for Dr. King, I hope we will internalize what he taught, which I don't see this practice being practiced by the city, which is breaking my heart. And some friends of mine who just happen to have more melanin than I do, I asked them, did Dr. King die in vain? And to the one, they said, I'm afraid so.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the council for any further discussion on this. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I want to thank you for the work that you've done on this and for my colleagues for putting this on the agenda. I too support new streets for naming these things, just due to the costs that are incurred. New streets, but also to parks and different facilities here. I think that as a council, we should be able to make that decision sooner. I think 3 years is too long. I think that there are folks that we can honor and represent in ways beyond before the 3 years goes by. And something else that keeps coming up. And it's not untrue, right? Walt Simon was a city employee, but Walt Simon was a citizen here. Walt Simon was a father here. He was a baseball coach here. He wasn't just a police officer here. So I just felt like it wasn't truly doing him justice in the commitments in the commitments that he's made, contributions, that he's made to our community exceed just his service here as a city employee. So what I am asking the council to consider tonight is getting rid of the 3-year requirement as it relates to the naming of new streets so that we can honor folks like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and local heroes as well when it's deemed necessary by this council. So that's what I'm asking. I think that sometimes 3 years is too long. I think that there are people who have earned a place in the history of Vacaville, some that already have streets named after them. I'd like to protect and keep that as well, but I do think that we should be cautious, but also be able to make decisions to be able to honor those folks almost eternally throughout our city as people drive throughout our town and see their names on streets.
Yeah, I kind of agree with what's been said already. Yeah, the sentiment of naming a place after somebody is important. But having been somebody that's lived on a street that has been renamed in the past in other states, kind of a pain. Well, it didn't cost any money. It was a lot of time and confusion because a lot of people thought I moved. Well, I didn't actually move. I put in my new address. But yeah, going some more meaningful, like, for example, Councilmember Stockton brought up Walt Simon's history as a coach. Maybe baseball fields like Simon Park or something like that, Simon Fields. I think that might be a little bit easier because there's no address necessarily associated with it or something that's meaningful to that person or what they contributed to the community. I think would be a better representation of their legacy. But going in, if there is a street that's wanted, new neighborhoods, new streets that haven't been built yet because it's much easier. There's no addresses to change. There's nothing there. I think it'd be a much easier, simpler process for that. Thank you.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yeah, sorry, one more thing. I know with the Green Tree development, there was the elimination of Gilly Road. That's another historical name that's relevant to Vacaville. I'm just wondering, has that name been placed back on the list? And if so, what preference would it have?
No, we actually received interest from family members from the Gilly family who were interested in retrieving the signs. but they expressed no interest in having the name put back into the network.
Thank you for reaching out to them. That means a lot.
Councilmember Wiley.
Thank you for the information. And my question is, it sounds like quite a few people are saying that the preference would be for a new street versus trying to go with Bandon Road. And I am, that sounds reasonable to me for a lot of reasons as well. But if we decided to do that, there would have to be a specific process, because when a subdivision is being built, doesn't the builder turn in the names that they choose, and then the city goes over it, and the police department, everyone else goes over it? So we would have to, as a city, say, is there a way to incorporate Martin Luther King's name onto one of your city streets, or how? Because they wouldn't just do it on their own.
Thank you. I'd like to defer to our Community Development Director team. I'm sorry.
I think I'll jump in.
All right.
So I would suggest that if that's the an interest of the council, when we look at new development areas, we have a variety of different roads in the network system. And so I would suggest that, for Martin Luther King, Dr. King's, you're going to be looking at more of a collector arterial type road as opposed to an internal to a subdivision. And what would happen is part of that design process, and we look at the road network, the overall network system, we would determine if there's an opportunity to identify an arterial or a collector that could be named. Now, it might be an extension past, say, for example, when we got into Roberts Ranch or Brighton Landing, where you see Elmira or whatever going across, another major road, such as Jepson Parkway, that could be an opportunity to pick up on the other side. So I think that's part one for that particular name. I think for the other names, as Rika tried to point out, there's not a lot of opportunities for big streets like that. And the question I have for the council is that, on part B of the request, what is the intended opportunity, how big does that get to be? And so who's submitting the request? Because we do have a lot of former city employees, that worked here. And going forward, how big does that list get to be? And so are we talking about arterials or collectors? Because again, there's not many of those. But if you're talking about internal subdivision streets, certainly there's a lot of those. But I will tell you that having been in the planning world for as long as I've been, as Rika quickly went over, developers submit that as part of their tentative maps. And they, generally speaking, will identify a theme for their subdivisions. Now, I admit there's some wacky themes that they come up with, and not all of them make a lot of sense, but they have their theme. To require that they include the name of a former city employee, I don't know how they think about that, because it definitely may or may not be consistent with their theme. They may not have an issue with it. But then I also think, that we would have to evaluate what kind of ability we have to condition that. Because we don't have a policy. It's really, at this stage in the game, would be an appeal and a request to, home builders, and whether or not that they're willing and able to do that. But so I hope that answers your question about the two different types for the street naming.
And I mean, we mentioned building a little bit, but if there was a building like the McBride Center, is that just someone selected that, or is that financial, something they gave something to get their name on a building?
There's not a specific practice or policy for some of the, those historical names. We have examples of a variety of different methodologies. So for example, the police department building has a couple of conference rooms that have been named after, fallen officers. We have received requests for other longtime public servants for other conference rooms here and so forth. We received a couple of requests for two recently passed officers for parks. So there's a variety of different options out there for that. And those are all probably easier than renaming a street just because the magnitude of the impact of the change.
Vice Mayor Ritchie.
Thank you so much. I guess the consensus so far is I agree with as far as new streets as naming old streets, but I just really wanted just two things touch me, and both the members of the public talked. I really appreciate the bottom of my heart, the first comment about just uphold the name MLK and how much that means, I think, to hopefully everybody in this country, in this world, this city, and just have that be something that he actually passionately cared about and make sure it was done articulate. I appreciate it by my heart. The second one's about the heritage. And that's where I was seeing it earlier. It's kind of like a reverse funnel. I was in my office like, okay, how do we tackle this? In my mind, I had heritage, history, and honor. Travis Air Force Base has been here since 1941. Travis Air Force Base came here to be strategic to this region due to the wars before it and after it. Solano County is amazing. We have the highest percentage of retired and active duty personnel of all 58 counties in the state. We have a tremendous amount of people. It was interesting. I also made a comment on Mayor Carley. He actually, when we talked about the OPEB conversation, he was exactly what I was trying to get at. He had the choice to go anywhere in the world and buy coffee, buy breakfast, and live, and he chose to stay in Vacaville. So thank you so much. But that's a part of it. There's the whole conversation of like, we have a huge heritage and history in Vacaville and honor. The amount of people that came through because of Mare Island, now it's a desert, but the naval ship used to be there. The amount of people that live in this community that served our country, the Rosa River, there's a massive amount of people that have died or still living that contribute so much to our country. I have to have a big funnel. It has to be who has served our country, that's resided, every day woke up and drove to Travis, drove to Mare Island, and maybe never came back. Who's got Purple Hearts? Who has done things for make sure we're safe, we can walk out and have free speech and say what we want to do, because other countries you can't. Who has done this for our country that has called Vacaville home? We have to honor that. We have to look at our heritage of who made Vacaville as Fiesta Days is coming up. There's a heritage there. We have a huge ag culture and heritage. How do we address that? How do we go down to honor? I am biased, a conflict of interest. I knew Walt Simon at a very interesting time in my life, like a lot of rambunctious kids. I think, sophomore through senior in high school. Walt Simon and recently retired Officer Whitehouse, they allowed me to work out with them. And it was amazing having those guys, they're young, and I was young and wild, but they allowed me to work out with them every single day. And they said, come to Vacaville High and watch my football games. So yeah, I have a big heart for Walt Simon. So I want him to be in that funnel. I truly have a conflict because I have a bias. But my father served in the U.S. Air Force. That's why we're here. He was a pilot through Vietnam. And there's a lot of amazing people that passed through the city. So I want to construct a way that we can look and figure out who's on that list. I mean, I want Vacaville to keep growing. We're gonna have more streets. What other ways can we uphold and honor people besides the street? I mean, signage, murals, build a wall. I mean, where we can go and recognize people that have contributed a lot to the city. I think there's a lot of fun ways and honorable ways we can really uphold the people. It's also a way to really let people know Vacaville how special it is. I mean, we are the home and the bedroom community to a lot of people that have served our country. As police officers, we have the highest percentage of officers that live in our cities. There's a lot of cool stuff we can do if we really get together and figure out how do we honor and show a visible representation of what Vacaville is special. So I want to be part of this, but I don't know. I think that group is way bigger than 2 people.
Yeah.
So that's my words.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Rika, could I get you to go back to, I think, might have been the first or second slide where you have a A and a B. I think it's prior to that one. Yes, that one. Okay. Here she began her presentation with the two requests that was before or that's on the agenda. And the first one that was made by myself, the policy that's in place, the request falls within that policy. And it's the second one in which we're having the most discussion right now. It's because of the timeline that's required. And the second request does not fall within the language of the policy right now. I want to ask the mayor and council, can we address each of those separately as far as giving direction to?
They're being presented tonight while under the same discussion. They are separate. So make no mistake about it. You have, that's why it's listed here. There is this request, and then there is the other request.
Right.
And through the explanation, it was designed to help us understand similar requests, although different, that would follow a similar pathway and what that would look like. So that's the only reason why they're enjoined.
Oh, and it's fine with me. Just wanting to sort of get focused here on one so that we can.
Well, and this is an opportunity as a council, because this did come from the council. I recall when your request came forward, and I don't remember what the actual vote was, to bring it back to the council for discussion. I think it was unanimous. And I wholeheartedly, I remember my vote on that as well. Yeah, bring this back. I'd like to have a conversation to understand more about what this means, the complexity of something like this.
Right.
So, it is true. There are two requests, but they're following a pathway that follows a history, a prior policy that's in place, and what does that look like?
Right.
So.
Okay, so with that clarification, with that being said, I would like to, now also, there was two options pretty much. One being maybe at during the time that a developer comes in and look into possibly naming a street within that development after Martin Luther King, or to move forward now.
Right, so I think listed on the screen, there is part A, there's option 1, which is what you were first describing, which is renaming a street. Option 2, naming a new street.
Right.
And part of Rika's presentation was helping us understand there are implications. I mean, I think about, for example, for everyone who lives with an address change, imagine they change their address, but then they have to change all of their contacts so that all their contacts know. They're mailing things out, annual cards. I mean, you name the impact. So one is there's a fiscal cost to it, and then there's an impact that people have to go through the trouble. So everyone's there, which is why, if I understand it, it requires the policy that was put in place in 2009, and I know that I asked this before, and I've asked staff, was really, I mean, it was to understand what it would cost for someone to come forward and the reasons behind it. And so 75% have to agree to this. So in other words, 75% of those who are impacted would have to agree. So it doesn't, the council could say, yes, that's what we want to do, but the people,
up to the people,
have to say, yes, we're willing to incur costs, and we're also willing to incur the impact of having to do everything. And so the policy was put in place because if somebody in the community wanted to do that, there's going to be an impact and there's going to be a cost, and that they would be doing the work and that they would have to pay for the staff work that would have to be done. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
The city.
Well, the staff city, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. You said they would have to pay, but we would pay.
Well, The policy that's in place was based on the public coming forward, so that's the basis for it.
So if I could ask Rika to go to the one slide with the staff cost, because there was a comment from the public and to this question here. The policy is set up to be a citizen-driven initiated policy. And so these numbers here that you see do include a combination of staff cost that some would apply regardless of who requested it. And those are going to be the hard costs to our utility departments, our public safety departments, our IT departments, our utility billing department, because we all, any address changes, those have to go through every system the city has to be updated. So our data is accurate, so we can get first responders out there, et cetera. So those costs are in there, absolutely. But another cost that's in there, and it's primarily identified in the top one, community development, which is the action to go out and do that work that the citizens would normally initiate under the current policy. So this is work going out to do surveys and inquiries of who's interested to get to that first 50%. And then if they meet that criteria, then go to the 75%. So it's a combination of costs included in there. As far as who ultimately incurs that cost, I think it would be difficult if it's a city-initiated venue to ask the residents to pay for that service. So this would, in my opinion, be a hard cost for the city.
Okay.
Can I continue on?
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I wasn't finished. You were helping me.
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, with that, depending upon the direction that's given to the city manager. However, I just want to say, if the council says, okay, we would like for the city manager to move forward with this, looking into renaming Bandon, just say Bandon. The first part of the exercise, of the process, would be communicating with the residents or those impacted along that corridor. Am I correct?
Yes, that's correct.
If we don't meet the threshold, that 50 and 75%, that'll kill it anyway.
Correct.
Correct? Okay. Thank you. And so.
So hypothetically, if that happened, would the council be then wanting to re-entertain another location until it was successful? You see, this gets, I'll just share my thoughts. This is why I think that if you go to the options, I think you had them up there, the tail end, there was an option. There was option 1 and option 2.
Here's option 1 for renaming the 16th Street, and then option 2.
So on option 2, I sit here tonight, as I did before, in full support of naming a street based upon what Councilmember Chapman had brought to the discussion and asking it to come back. I fully am in support of it. I believe that it's a good thing that we can do within our community. However, I do believe that the place for it, especially coming from the government, is an arterial collector that is of a new design, knowing that we have just directed community development to be working to our east of Leisure Town or our northeast corridor. It's a real easy opportunity right now to, in my opinion, to dovetail them together, and in doing so, give staff direction to actually look at initiating this part of east of Leisure Town without having to change any policy, and just give that direction. That's something am I correct, Mr. City Manager, on that? I do believe that that's one of the items that was in the staff report.
Yes.
Option number 2.
Yeah, that would be this second.
I mean, not this option 2, but
yes,
item number
conclusion.
2 was just providing direction to say, you're in this process, consider an arterial of Martin Luther King Jr. We can do that.
Yeah, so that's one of the 3 options, which is, the first is to amend the policy, which I think gets a little wonky. Two is that as we proceed and come back to the council with updates and final authorization to move forward on the East Leisure Town specific plan, is just as you described. You say, if you want us to do that, then as we plan for that specific plan, we work with the landowners and move forward as part of that process. And then finally, the third option, as you see here on the board, is that, you know, we look at a bigger general plan amendment. But I think in terms of, you know, the fastest, quickest, most direct is probably number two.
Well, just further comments on that is I'm concerned about having to open up a policy to amend it. It's just my view is that, I mean, the policy, as I recall, and I was working here at the time, was put in place so that it afforded a threshold to a member or members of the public to actually make the change if they choose to. Not that the government is trying to drive, you know, what it is that we're trying to do to make whatever statement it is now or in the future. So I don't want to be misunderstood when I say this. So on one hand, I do believe this is a perfect time to do it. I'm just concerned that thought of amending a policy that then changes a pathway moving forward, when you consider that it would then create an entire new structure within our local governance process, with staff having to take recommendations for streets, different than a memorial, different than a park, different than a building, different than another way to recognize people, which was in the second part of this. So, I mean, I'm concerned about having to change a policy, and to Councilmember Stockton and also Vice Mayor Ritchie, I mean, I worked with Walt Simon for most of his entire career, and while I was chief of police, and so I completely can appreciate it. I've sat in conference rooms in City Hall that are named after people that I worked side by side on. While it wasn't a street, it certainly was special to know that I walked into a Bob Lee conference room, because he gave a lot to the community. He used to do toy drives. There was a lot of things. But I'm also respectful of the fact that years ago, a council back in 2009 recognized what is good policy. And good policy is, and it was research then, and it was, here is the best recommendations, and allowing for someone to have been deceased for a period of time allowed for a community to not make an emotional decision and can make a thoughtful, reasonable, reflective decision. And so those were the guidelines that were put in, and I think that they're appropriate. Takes nothing away from how I feel about Walt Simon or anyone else, because Vince Nadasny gave a lot to the community, and he was a sergeant, and he died of cancer. And there's a lot of people in the community that could come forward and tell their story, and one story turns into 100 stories, turns into 1,000 stories. And then what did we just create? A process and a practice that is personal to us, but it doesn't necessarily mean it needs to be part of the government's business. That's my view. So, yeah, let's let some other people talk.
Just let me say this one thing. I worked with Walt for years when I was doing the Cultural Diversity Fair here. So I knew him quite well. And so, yeah, just wanted to share that. So are you suggesting, Mayor, that we're going to, seems like your focus right now has been on not your
Well, I'm saying
yeah.
just sharing what my views are, because the goal tonight is to give direction. Well, I'm gonna I got two more lights on, and maybe we can come back, yeah.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Ritchie.
Thank you. I just wanted to just, for Councilwoman Chapman, I just wanted to kind of very much clarify, maybe my comments weren't clear. I'm fully in support of only naming new streets. Like, it's kind of like doing to others you want done unto you. It's like what MLK would have probably said. You know, history has a lot of really bad examples of washing over, refacing history. I would never want to see someone that, I have no idea what someone from the Scandinavian culture or someone that's related to the Vandans that came here, like, or the pride is going down Van Road for 20 something years at Van High School and seeing the Viking. and the Vikings are Scandinavians. And who knows what that means to somebody? And just to wash that and take it and put something that means a lot to me and put that on top of that. We have a lot of history in the world of doing that, and it's not good. I don't want to ever reface history or wash something and replace it. We can add on to history. And so I think it's a dangerous road to go down, to reface and just wipe history away. That means something to somebody, and we got to honor it. So I would love to go down the street someday and be like, say my kid, hey, that street's named after a guy I used to work out with, and have a street named MLK in my city. But time will come. And I just think renaming is not good, because you're going to destroy something that means something to somebody. So what are we need to do to make sure that we go forward, we be patient, and do everything right?
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, I know Walt Simon has been kind of a focus of this. It served as a reminder for me that stuff like this is important, but I certainly, when I've made my comments about wanting to agendize this, have been pretty clear about wanting to recognize local heroes, period, not just our police officers, although we have many heroes within their ranks. Another example would be Casey Sheehan. I mean, he died for our country and grew up here in Vacaville, and I know that he was nominated for a park. So I think this serves, I just want to be very clear that this is beyond just one person. This is about recognizing local heroes, plural. So I'm I'm in favor of option 2, but can you go to slide 3, please? The only other, I'm not interested in changing any of these with the exception of the 3 years. I'd like to remove that. So if it's time to make a motion, that would be the motion that I would like to make.
Yes, go ahead.
For simplicity purposes, I would suggest that we do a Part A and a Part B recommendation.
That's fine.
What do you mean? For
Well,
each one?
There's 2 parts here. There's one that you brought, and there's one that Councilmember Chapman brought. So
correct. Okay.
We'll separate. For the purposes of that, we will separate it.
Yes.
Councilmember Silver.
Thank you. All right, so well, just kind of basing off of that comment or plan of action. So I don't feel comfortable supporting the renaming of any street. As far as the location for Martin Luther King, I don't think we've approved on council. I've seen maps out there for the Centennial Park, but I'm curious to see if there's a road in there, whether it be renamed or newly named. I'm looking at a map right now, where Allison Drive comes into Centennial Park, and then skipping ahead, it's Allison Parkway in the industrial area. So and my thought was I was kind of hoping that Allison Parkway was something different. So I'm guessing at one point there'll be some type of connecting road. But to me, I know Martin Luther King Jr. can mean different things to different folks. But if we're talking about inclusivity and welcoming all folks from all different backgrounds as part of the great nation of the United States and how we move together, to me, perhaps artery within a park, a community park may be of interest. So whether that be here or at Centennial or possibly Peña Adobe as part a road as part of that park might be a different option in lieu of a newer development. For a newer development, for me, I wouldn't feel comfortable unless that's truly an inclusionary type of development that's represented there, rather than something that's just high-end estates or all low income, which is sadly a lot of people's perception of roads that are named or main arteries that are named after on his behalf or his memory and what he more so what he stood for. Excuse me. So that's just one consideration. Maybe moving forward, but as far as tonight, I personally don't feel comfortable supporting the cost to rename any street. And just to clarify, so moving on to the other part, is the 3 years, the 3-year policy, is that for renaming streets, or is that for naming streets.
That's for renaming existing streets.
Okay, so because of that, I don't see the reason of changing a 3-year limit unless residents from that street, petition and have 50% of folks along that respective street maybe would come forward. So to me, I don't feel comfortable even changing the 3 years. If residents meet the criteria above 50%, they want to rename the street, or 75%, whatever it is under that area, as an exception, that's something I'd be very open to as a council member. And there was another item. As far another topic that came up as far as memorials, that's an interesting concept and how far we go back. But I was thinking maybe another alternative that's relatively quicker is anytime we have a retiree of a public service, anytime we have unfortunately someone pass away before their time to enjoy retirement, that there may be a pathway, a walkway around this, around City Hall, that in itself, we honor their contributions to our city, or at certain time points of dedication, that could be something. And I don't really want to decide that tonight. I think that's maybe for a future discussion, that we can come up with, some type of strategy to implement something like that. But I think that's something that can have a much more, more immediate impact in honoring those who have served in different ways. I do want to say, for whatever it's worth, all I could think about in this conversation, for whatever reason, was my mom. And we brought up different folks, that have contributed in different ways and heroes. And so I guess the question is like, what defines a hero? And that's not done in this policy. To me, my mom's my hero. So I don't know, it's kind of hard for me to say who's a hero and who's not. And I bet if I would ask anybody who I assume to be a hero, the first thing they would say is, I'm not a hero. And so I also think that, I'm trusting that whenever we bring names to consideration to the public for scrutiny, that we at least, I'm trusting that we have that permission and whatnot to go that route. So that's kind of my comments.
Yeah, thank you. Councilmember Weil.
This is good discussion to have. And I will just say that I do feel that the 3-year time frame really is nice to have in the policy because it gives time for people to process everything. Because it's probably been 2 years, maybe 3 years now, since there was a big debate at Vanden High School with renaming the football field over a young man that had just passed, and emotions were high, and the football field is named already for someone, and then to try to change the name, and it was just very divisive and hard for everyone, because the people that felt strongly about this or the other. So I understand why the 3 years is important in instances like that. So I do feel like that we don't want to change that as well. And I think that renaming, as we've said, is very difficult. So I would go for naming something else.
Councilmember Stockton.
So am I to understand that there's no minimum of 3 years as it relates to naming new streets? Is that correct? I just wanted to clarify because that was a great point that Councilmember Silva brought up there. This 3-year is only for renaming and because there was just something that came out about parks that talked about having to be 3 years too. So I want clarification.
Off the top of my head, I don't know. Specifically, the policy that we provided is the renaming. And again, naming new streets, residential streets anyway, is the functionality of a home builder, a developer. We currently don't get involved in that, only to look at it and evaluate it and make sure that there's no duplicates or there's no misspellings or anything like that, so that it doesn't trip up our first responders.
Okay. Then I guess if that's the case, then it's not applicable to new streets is what I'm understanding, and that it's up to the developers. I'd like to create an objective standard then that says that for arterial streets, we would have one where the public could submit some sort of application to explain why they think this person is deserving. That would cross any, they don't have to just be firefighters or police officers or military members. Again, there are multiple different ways that people serve the community, as well as for the collector streets. So if I'm to understand that correctly, the arterial are the ones that get you into a community, and then the collector streets are like the courts and streets within it. Am I understand that correct? No?
It's a little bit bigger than that, but, arterials are going to be Jepson Parkway, collectors are going to be Alamo. And there's a variety of network systems, but I would just, and I was just found out that the 3-year naming period does apply for parks, just so you know.
Right.
But the question that I would be very cautious about is how big does this get? Because you're talking about a limited number of arterials and collectors. And right now, typically, as I mentioned, they typically end right now, but as we're growing, they'll extend into those growth areas. And the property owners certainly have a right to be involved in that conversation as well. And so I would just really ask the council, what is the vision for this? How big does it get? Because there's been a couple of suggestions about any number of local heroes. And then there's been discussion about what size is that pool in terms of, is that just former city employees? Now we also have another suggestion about anybody that served in a military branch. So, I mean, the size of this list is getting very big for street names.
Where do we find the list?
Sorry?
You said the list is getting very big. Do we have an existing list?
No, but if you're opening it up for a new policy practice, because what we have now is an existing practice, okay? There's a policy to help the practice, but the practice is by probably our subdivision ordinance, that's how the street names get done for residential streets. The other names, again, are part of the planning process. And that is done as part of your tentative map and your subdivisions, and those are all brought forward to council after they go through the vetting process by staff. If we're introducing to open up the door for either renaming, whether you call it renaming or new naming, you're opening up a whole new process to invite, as I understand what's being suggested tonight, that anybody and everybody can produce names. That's not the current practice.
The current practice is we just leave it up to the developer to decide the names of the streets that they want to use, correct?
Correct.
So how did we name Alamo and Nut Tree and some of those streets that are specific to Vacaville? How were those?
I don't have that history lesson in front of me, sir.
Well, I guess that's what I want to establish, right? I mean, I want to establish a way for our community to shape the future of our community in a very simplistic way that is specific to Vacaville. I recognize that we could allow developers to choose names. I mean, I live on Frisbee Circle, and Frisbee's spelt wrong. It's not spelt like the Frisbee that you throw. So I guess what I'm saying is I think that I don't think it's too much to ask that we find a very simplistic way to allow our community members to submit names of individuals that have impacted our community and honor them with a street. That's what we're discussing here today. I would have the same argument as it related to parks and to buildings, city buildings as well, but that's not on our agenda today.
And I guess what I'm saying is that.
Let me just.
Sure.
Yeah, I understand where this discussion's going. I'm looking at it from a policy and a process and way to find a simple way. The reality is I don't know that I think it doesn't create anything simple. I think it creates something that's hugely complex that the city now has to manage, has to be the decider of who the hero is. How long does that list last? When does it get revised? does it have bumping rules as far as we have something that's a higher priority, and so the next council says, no, I want that. And now as a council, we are stepping into a role, instead of governance, we're a policy, we create a policy that has unintended consequences. It's okay to honor people. It's also okay to memorialize people in ways that are of great significance. But to create a policy to fit in an ask, to me, then avoids the bigger problem here, and that is now the policy opens it up that says, okay, now you have a list of 100 people, and a whole neighborhood is named after people's names. And now what we've done is we've created a future that really should be master planned and not necessarily, if we want to do a memorial, create a memorial garden. I mean, I've seen that in parks. I just see this wrought with problems if we change a policy that then says everyone can submit a name, and then it has to be vetted, and then who vets it?
So how do we assure Councilmember Chapman that we can name a new street after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. if we don't have something established to name a new street?
So I guess my interpretation of the staff report and the presentation is that's a unique situation in the level of significance of Martin Luther King Jr. and the importance internationally as someone who stood in some of the darkest times and championed human rights, literally human rights. And so that is something that there's likely not a person in this city that doesn't know the significant history of that versus individuals who are trying to then promote a family member or a colleague or a first responder. And so what becomes the guidelines for a policy, and then where do you put that? At least in arterial right now, there's an opportunity to do it because the subdivision, they're going to create the names for the streets within those living areas, but an arterial is something that would be far easier in a planning, so it wouldn't require a policy change.
Right. I'm not here to debate the impact of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. compared to a local police officer per se. They both have value, but certainly on different stages that I don't dispute. I guess my question is, what is the process? Like, what is that's specifically what I want to know as it relates to that, because I think that's where we start.
So I think the way that I would address this, and hopefully it simplifies it, is that I admit that I cannot sit here and tell you what street is going to be named A, B, or C. I can't do that for you right now. But I can tell you that, as the staff report points out, that if the council's direction is to name a new future street, Dr. King, then we will figure a way out how to do that. And work with the property owners, work on the roadway layout and so forth. I think the difference with part B or part 2 of the request is that whereas the first one is a finite number, 1, part 2 has a potential infinite number. And what I'm suggesting is that I know that we will not have that many, or potential, because nobody here is well, at least I'm not prepared to tell you how many names we would get requested should the council go with this, that proposal. It could be 1, it could be 100, it could be 1,000, I don't know. That makes it the predictability of how to write that into a process much more difficult. I hope that helps.
Well, it does, but it still confuses me in the aspect of whether 7 people are going to make a decision about the naming of a street with no process for the community to provide input for that without bringing it to us to
well, and I guess that's a fundamental question that you should ask the council is that right now that's not the practice. And I think the mayor kind of touched on it a bit, that is that a new practice that the council wants to get in the business of? Because right now that's not it. We do have a policy that says for renaming. So if somebody does want to come in and name something, here's the process. But as far as new names, that's not in your purview. we have a different practice. If the council wants to revisit and redo that, that would be a different conversation.
Okay.
Councilmember Roberts.
Oh, questions are kind of answered with that.
Oh, okay. All right. Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you.
Why don't we start with Part A?
Part A. I'm trying to get there. Yes, let's start with Part A. All right, bear with me here. I was contacted today and interviewed this evening by a by a TV station. And they shared with me, the reporter shared with me that prior to coming here, he had been here for a while and he had already traveled along Abandoned Road. He wanted to see the Abandoned Road, and he stopped and spoke with people. I have a witness back here that was standing there that heard this conversation. And evidently, when he began the conversation, when he was questioning them, he didn't mention MLK. He just asked about the possibility of Abandoned Road, being changed, and someone had mentioned about their driver's license, the inconvenience, the added expense, or the expense they would incur. But then when he mentioned the possibility of it being named after Martin Luther King, he was saying they were mostly in the affirmative, in support of taking on that. And he said, surprisingly. And I said, that is, all I could do was smile. So with that being said, and I've heard from each of you, and no one is in favor of renaming. I'm not one for renaming, providing. There's a provision with me on renaming. I don't want to rename anything where that there are still family, relatives, there is significance. I mean, someone who settled here and the Vasquez, whoever, I wouldn't dare. Pina, no, don't touch that. The history of Vanden, as has been mentioned, 1880 family, they wanted to settle, they wanted to build, but none of that came to fruition. Yes, there's Vanden High School. There's a significance there for the students that attend there, alumni or whatever. Yet I can still see Vanden being a choice. Only providing that the people, the residents, anyone within the whatever, the 200, whatever number of residents that will be impacted, as long as we meet that 50 or 75, then I would like to go forward and state that, don't kill me. Don't y'all jump on me all at once. Peabody, who's it named after? That came to mind today. Let me tell you why it came to mind today. I was coming from Travis, and as I'm driving along, I'm looking. There are no houses on Peabody, all the way down up into the city. CMF, the side, I don't know if they have a Peabody address though. So there is this.
The hard thing with Peabody is that extends into Fairfield.
Oh, I know. Well, we wouldn't go into the Fairfield. Yeah. But anyway, I'm just saying that came to mind.
For the purpose of, so what you're asking then is you still want to move forward with your request to this council to rename Vanden Road?
I would ask the council to reconsider and allow us to move forward with asking the city manager to begin the process. Because the first part of the process is getting permission or see how many people that would be impacted. Are we going to get to that 75%?
So maybe to move this along, that is your, if we did this like a motion, that's your motion. Is there a second to follow that process?
Oh, you're thinking? Thank you.
So, sorry, question. So the question is, why can't we or someone else do that preliminary work to begin with?
Because we're asking staff time, is that why?
No, we simply outline the process. And again, this is the policy was written for a citizen process. Because this is being initiated by council, someone has to fill in for that survey. That would be staff. And not, if that's council's desire, we will figure a way out. But I will tell you that we have a lot of other priorities that you have given, especially our community development department, with regards to those new specific plans and so forth. So I have to, have an opportunity to talk with my team to figure out where does this fit in the work plan. Because I can tell you, we're up against a lot of other, deadlines and mandates from the state, and is, all kinds of other things that we're working on.
So, Dr. Chapman, I would personally be willing to walk door to door to solicit some type of preliminary feedback along whatever area to help with that. So I'm going to stay where I'm at with renaming or going through that process, but I would personally put my time going door to door to get that preliminary data.
So for the purpose of this, we have a motion. Am I hearing we don't have a second?
I could pull my motion back and say something, couldn't I? Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
With that being said, can I add, thank you for that, Councilmember Michael Silva. I would like to ask, can we ask the city manager to put this back on the agenda in April, just to receive a preliminary report?
What I'd like to do is just move forward with giving direction and not suspend this for another meeting staff. So if we're gonna take some action direction, let's do it tonight.
All right. And I'll put it out that you're gonna second for me?
So you're motioning it. There was no second. So the motion does.
The initial one. For the initial one, I'm not clear on what this new motion is.
Well, initially, okay, let's get clarity on what's being asked. If I'm asking that we move forward with giving direction to the city manager to look into renaming Bandon Road after Martin Luther King Jr. And then I'm just going to add a sidebar to that is knowing that the first phase, the first step of the process is notifying and communicating with the residents.
Well, I understand what that is, and I think that would be assumed as far as giving direction to staff if that motion were to carry.
Yes.
So I think that would stand to reason that if your motion would carry, then it would give staff the direction to go do that. I think that's included in that.
Okay.
So that's your motion.
That'll be my motion.
Do I have a second? Well, I appreciate the commitment, and I do, and I appreciate the desire, but I think what I've heard so far tonight is the impact of making a change versus actually being able to promote something that's positive moving ahead doesn't, upend a community into trying to change something. It actually gets to participate in maybe doing something that can be appreciated in part of this new development. So
Can I say something on that new development? We all are fully aware that when we talk about new developments, that could be 20 years away.
Well, we're just asking, there's public meetings happening right now because we asked staff to look at that. And so I think that this is why it's a perfect opportunity. It's actually fortuitous, in my view, to be able to say there's an appropriate ask, but maybe an inappropriate approach would be in the renaming when we could actually name a new arterial collector that the city is in more control of, not the neighborhood, and not renaming something. So.
And I understand, and I hear you. I hear you loud and clear. But we all know that we're talking about 10, 20, and it'll never happen.
So
it'll never happen.
I'll make a motion that we do name a new arterial, we give direction to the city to find a way in the new development to figure out how to get Martin Luther King Jr. on a arterial roadway in Vacaville. Do I have a second?
Can I amend that, make a motion to amend, friendly amendment? The amendment would be to include main road in a community park.
If
That's a possibility.
If it could be tied to whatever the development is, because the new development is being constructed as part of the discussion. And so if there are ways to.
Yeah, I agree with Chapman. We're talking about decades. I think if
If there's a way,
if
there's a way to tie it into a future community park.
Current community park.
Well,
we have master plans that are still.
We have streets that are already named around the parks.
But
so if we're trying to create an arterial or collector in a new area, there's going to be new parks.
So then the staff would come back and say, well, no, I'm talking about existing parks. So if it can't be done, staff's going to come back and say, sorry, it can't be done.
Right.
But as an amendment to that, I'd like for that to at least be addressed.
So in
existing or new community park.
So okay. I want to be clear, because if we're going to give staff direction to do something, what I don't want them to do is be working in one direction and also in another direction in an existing park. And so I appreciate, the thought into that, but that wasn't part of the direction that we were looking to do tonight. It's a different direction.
Well, it's part of renaming a street. Maybe it's a new street. Councilmember Stockton's so that's just kind of, that was the amendment. Right. That was the.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate council's thoughtful discussion about this. This is clearly a challenge. First part of the original motion, I just want to make clear, because I think I only heard that it was naming a new arterial. I would suggest that you include collector in that.
That's what I meant, yeah,
okay.
collector.
Just to give us a greater field of option. Quick side note, if I could predict the future, I'd be in a different job, but I will tell you that it doesn't necessarily, a new community can take 10 to 20 years. It can take 30 years to completely build out. But in my career, I've also seen them start and get under construction in 5 years or less. So, I'm not saying this just to say it. The fact that we are in the midst of embarking on a new specific plan area east of Leisure Town, and the property owners and the developers that we're talking with, we have a very realistic but aggressive schedule that puts them in front of council for approval within a couple of years. And then it's simply a matter of the market. And because what council is yet to be able to have the opportunity to do, but you will have coming up in April, I believe, is to identify your goals and objectives for that plan. So to the points that were brought up about inclusivity, connectivity, diversity, workforce housing, different types of housing, community parks, all that stuff, you have that opportunity to define those goals and objectives for that specific plan coming up very shortly. In my early workings with Director Morris and that property development team, they're very anxious to build something that is unique and different than what you see currently east of Leisure Town. So I think that there's a real opportunity here. So I'd say just offer that up to give you, hopefully a little bit more comfort with that particular option. I wish I knew the answer off the top of my head, Councilmember Silva, about existing parks. We have 2. And generally speaking, the internal loop road of a park facility is not named. Now, that's not to say that could it be named? Perhaps. But again, not to split hairs and make life more complicated than it already is on this subject, is that another opportunity to explore? We can certainly do that, but is it a name that shows up on addresses and is recognizable? I don't know if we can be, and I don't know if that meets the spirit or intent of what Councilmember Chapman was looking for, because that is definitely different than driving down an arterial or collector that has, you know, big signage, city signage on it. But for sake of argument, what I would suggest is kind of separating those two, and then if the council wants staff to explore that real quickly, we can do that to see what options may exist for existing parks. But I would separate those two because they are different policies. And I'm, you know, to Councilmember Stockton's point about what's what, there's a lot of moving pieces here. And I just want to offer one last thing in hopes of not making this more complex. But streets is one thing that came out of this. This was the commonality between both requests. We have plenty of other opportunities that some of them you've talked about for other options. Now, MLK, I understand, big national historic figure, deserving of the request. You know, there was questions about anybody, you know, other local people that should be recognized. Well, we have a park bench memorial program. We have, you know, other opportunities for other naming, but they also have their own policies, and those aren't necessarily on the table right now in front of the council. So I'm trying to be very careful to stick to the street policy because that's what we were asked to focus on. But just know that if there is a desire to direct people out in the community for other options, we have those. And so, you know, I just want to make sure that, you know, we're staying focused and hopefully that helps. But anyway, thank you for the opportunity to contribute.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, just kind of thinking of other ideas. I know Vanden, there's a historical aspect, there's all the roads, and trying to think of minimal impact on some if there was the idea to continue with renaming a road. What came to mind for me was Nut Tree Parkway, not Nut Tree Road, because we already have two roads of similar names. And vast majority of the businesses off of Nut Tree Parkway are off Harbison, Helen Power, and Nut Tree itself. There's very few that carry an actual Nut Tree Parkway address, besides a few that's in like that Petco shopping center and we're in and out and stuff like that. But almost all the other ones are on, yeah, like I said, Helen Power, Harbison, and Nut Tree. So the impact be less minimal. It only goes for those, is it maybe a mile or a half mile? It's not super far. So if there was something renaming, then along with that, with the questions for the petition wise of getting people on board for businesses, does that go to the property owner or the businesses themselves?
Well, don't hold me to it, but I know we'd have to start with the property owners, but I definitely think you'd want to get the business owners involved because
Yeah, they
that's,
definitely be involved.
well, that's where the real cost is incurred because unlike a resident that, you know, has to go through the extra effort of making those changes, the business has to change their entire marketing, you know, update everything, right? For their marketing, their materials, at their, you know, advertisement and all that sort of thing. So we definitely want to include the businesses.
I just thought of another potential area, shorter and a little bit less impact, hopefully.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, if your motion is still up, I'm willing to second it. In addition, including, if you're willing to include, that I can add two more names to give staff direction to name streets after. And I would say in this order, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., I think, as we've talked about his impact, being the first. The next would be Casey Sheehan, grew up in Vacaville. On April 4th, it will be 20 years since he passed away, was killed in Baghdad, Iraq during the Iraq War. And then after that, it would be Walt Simon. So if this is the policy that we have and there's not years attached to it, then I'd be willing to second your motion if we could direct staff to name streets, find streets to name after those three individuals in that order.
So as it stands, I have a motion. Were you asking for
an amendment to that motion, to second your motion with those two names.
I don't want to open up the door of trying to interpret names that not everybody is even aware of at the moment. Just no disrespect to your knowledge or your recommendation. Again, this just opens up the door. Then the council is, and now I'm just going to say it, I don't want the council or future councils to be in the naming business. From a policy perspective.
I'll make a new motion. I'll make a motion that we.
Wait, I'm sorry to interrupt. We need to take action on the first motion.
Yeah, I haven't.
There's not a second.
Well, we haven't asked for one.
Do I have a second?
Repeat your motion.
Well, the motion is that that we consider the item A that you brought forward and direct staff, especially knowing what they're working on, to consider and look into naming a new either collector or arterial, especially knowing that we're going east of Leisure Town in the development after Martin Luther King Jr. That's the. Yeah, that's.
In your motion, I'm just saying.
Yes.
You want to keep new in there.
Well, I appreciate that, but I mean, I've even heard like nut tree, and I think of the complexity, and that is so things like that are, it opens up a policy practice that says it isn't just up to the businesses that are there. There's an entire community that looks to the nut tree and the history of it, and so it's much bigger than us or the people who sometimes are on the street. What we feel it should be. There is concerns about history and heritage. And so I just, my motion is based upon the belief that from a good governance and a forward thinking and something that we can be positive about is to give staff direction to do it, which is why that's my motion. Motion in a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Motion before.
Motion is
I just said it.
just Dr.
So this is just dealing with the one issue, and it was to name a new street that's based on the fact that either a collector or arterial.
So new street.
Not renaming. Okay, so that's a aye for you? Okay. So, opposed? So that portion is the direction that we've given staff. Do you have a comment?
I want to ask a question. What if staff wanted to come, what if staff came back with an idea and it's not a brand new street, but it qualifies without, it's not renaming. Okay. Oh,
I'd like staff to answer that.
oh, you would like staff to answer it. Okay.
Just to be clear, because there's a lot of marbles being thrown out here. So are we talking about
So I think the question is
another opportunity for another street, existing street, to be renamed to achieve the outcome that you're looking for versus, than what we've already done?
If that surfaced and you say, oh, that's a great idea. And you
So we did that as part of this exercise. Now, we didn't spend 1,000 hours doing it. What we did is we worked with our GIS team and our public safety team and our planning team, and Rika coordinated all of that with Georgianne to say, where is the least amount of impact? And because here's the thing, it's just a simple, I don't want to oversimplify it, but the first step is the survey. And so whatever street we choose, whether it's a mixture of residential, non-residential, or one or the other, we'd have to go out because the city council is directing it and do that survey. Then we'd have to find out, did it meet that 50% threshold to then start the next process. So we've evaluated, what's the least amount of impact to do that. And Vanden was a good suggestion because it fit. But for all the reasons that we've been talking about now for quite a while, we got to where we're at now. The new wrinkle that was thrown out that I will commit to spending some time on, and we'll have to check with my colleague here about how to come back to the council, is there an opportunity within one of our existing 2 community parks to name something in there? I'm not going to throw a lot of hope in that one, but just to help the council, I'll commit to looking at that and coming back with an answer.
Just quick comment is just for more so for the council and the community. I'm not interested in, like, when we talk about this type of work and the intention, what I interpret the intention and be behind it, I'm not really interested in checking a box. And so, like, for me, a park, or, you know, it's like what neighborhood or what street it would go in, that's something that I've been processing since this has come up. I like the concept of what I think we're heading towards for new development, but that we're talking about decades and possibly, to me, if there's an unnamed loop that I'm looking on the map at Peña or Centennial, one of the community park, that's just where I was looking at.
Well, I mean,
that's something that brings everybody together.
Well, the direction was given to staff, but that doesn't preclude the council to say, but in the meantime, how can we also further honor within a park the way we have the ability? We've got park benches, we have all kinds of things, and maybe what a loop might be. I don't know, your thoughts, Mr. City Manager?
Well, at this point, I'm going to kind of push it back to you what you want us to do. And I'm not sure I understand the check the box exercise. We're following through on the directions that have been provided. And again, we have a lot of other things that we're trying to do for council. And I hesitate to commit to you that I will find another option. And again, keep in mind that the direction that we were asked to bring back for council was exclusively renaming a street. So that has been our focus. But as I've shared with you a couple of times tonight, there are other options that if we want to let the natural process of naming things stay the way that it currently is, which is people in the community making requests for a park, for a bench, whatever, we can continue to allow that versus having council get in the street naming business. And as I said, if you want to do that, that's a whole nother conversation. And so I committed to take a look at our 2 community parks because that was thrown out as an option as to, is there an opportunity there? So in the meantime, for, you know, because the motion that just passed, as I understand it, is that when the time comes that we're bringing back the East of Leisure Town specific plan, you will give us direction to say, figure out how to name a street in there, Martin Luther King Jr. Way. And so we'll move forward on that. But if there's an opportunity for, you know, either one of our community parks for a loop road to have that name, and if we think that there's an option, and that is at the level that this council wants to use that chip, so to speak, we'll bring that back to you. But if it's to say, go figure something else out in the meantime, I don't know what that is. And it has no boundaries.
Well, I think the motion's already passed, so you have the direction that you need for that. I think the desire is, and I sense it, the desire is wanting to get something done now. And yet so much of what a community benefits from is a council that invests in the future that more often than not, you never see it while you're on it. And so that's why I think this is good. I mean, I appreciate the conversation and the discussions and the reasons why. But we'll have the opportunity when we can look at that in the months ahead, but I think that's the direction on.
I'm very clear on Part A. Part B is next.
Right. So, Councilmember Wiley?
Yes, just one quick thing. It kind of fits most of the things except in arterial streets, and it hits the parks. Right now, there's a loop, the other half of Cogburn Circle, that's under construction, but it seems like that's in a park. It gets a lot of use. There's a lot of people that come there. There could be events there in the park to talk, like Martin Luther King Day and whatever, and we wouldn't have to wait 10 years. But when you consider it, although it's not an arterial, the other half of the loop of Cogburn Circle could be MLK Circle. Just throwing that out there. There's no houses on it right now. It's in the park. It's off Bandon Road. It's close.
Thank you.
Again, not to complicate, if we're serious about that, I'm only going to throw it out there that you would need to reconsider the motion now and do that. I get the sense that the original request was for something more grander than that. I agree with you that that would be a quick, simple, easy fix potentially. I don't know that it meets the spirit of the original request. But
And I would say, I don't think it does meet the spirit of the request, although I appreciate it.
Which is why I didn't
for
say it
expediency.
10 minutes ago, but
I
it
think-
is something that would be
I'd like
routine
yeah.
and immediate, and a lot of people would see it and use it.
That's right. And I think that based upon the motion that passed, I'd like to see what staff can bring back, knowing that there's clear direction. Because I look forward to the day that we can all see that. And it ties in for all the reasons that can be given direction to staff when we convene. I think in April, that's when it is. Councilmember Stockton.
Yes. I'm glad that staff is going to honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Certainly would never vote against that because the other two names weren't allowed to be added. But I would like to see if we could direct staff to add Casey Sheehan and Walt Simon as well to future streets, since we're having that conversation now. This is the policy for new streets.
Right, so I don't
Well, there
think-
isn't a policy
yeah.
for new streets.
So
This is,
We just did it this
No.
way.
okay, good. Sorry.
So I personally would like to know more about naming new streets or what our policy is. I know what you're saying, we just implemented something to name a new street.
Correct.
But I'm curious, I mean, I'm hearing what, we're talking about what developers want. I don't think most of us really, we take that, I don't think most of us care, to be honest. As long, I mean, does the street name really determine the outcome of a development? I haven't seen any data to support that, but I'm really curious on the naming of new streets, what our policy would be, and if there's a process that we can go through to submit that when it goes to planning commission or whatever.
Sure. I guess I'm just confused because we came back with two recommendations, one of which is naming a new street, but there's not a process that's included in the staff report to suggest how we do that or the community does that or both.
Sorry, cut you off, because it goes back to my point, like, and to the other points, like, where do we draw the line?
Sure.
And then who, and through that whole process, like, who are we tearing apart? Who are we ignoring? Who are we not truly honoring? And, and to me, I think, to me, it makes sense. To me personally, it makes sense for all those who committed their careers to our city under our city council purview to have a memorial or some form of that set up. I'm not opposed to naming streets, after folks. I don't know where the line we draw for that, and that's where I'm just kind of unclear and not ready for that tonight.
Councilmember Wiley.
Sorry to interrupt.
No.
I would just say that I do think that we have some input. I would not suggest naming something, but there was a street in one of the ones that we came early on when we get the big packet with all the stuff last year that I found was an objectionable name that some people would take the wrong way. And so I brought up those objections. And when we got the final map, that name had been, that street had been renamed. So I do feel like we have some input when we get a preliminary map, that we don't have to accept every name they submit. What, I did not change it to some other name, but anyway, I just wanted to let you know that we do have a chance to look at street names.
There are guidelines, yes. Mr.
Yes.
City Manager?
So unfortunately, I can't quote you song and verse of where it is or where it is not in our codes, but based on everything that I'm familiar with, we do not have a current policy. We have guidelines, if you will, for how things are, new street names occur. But in terms of a policy of who gets to pick, you know, this, that, and the other thing, I don't believe it's there. And so what I would suggest is, you know, to Councilmember Stockton's point, yes, this council directed staff to find a way to make the Martin Luther King name work. It wasn't staff saying, we can make this work. Council directed us to do that for that particular individual name. If there's an interest to get into other names, as I said earlier, the challenge that I saw with Part B request is and I'm hearing it echoed by your colleagues, is that how big is that boundary? One name, two names, you've now come up with two names. If I would suggest one or two ways of addressing that specific request, okay? And you can tell me if I'm wrong. If you want to look at a formal policy, we have to bring that back. So to Councilmember Silva's inquiry about how do we do it, how does it happen, we would have to bring that back, and then council can explore getting into the street naming business, which you currently are not.
Without affecting what we did today for Dr.
Correct. Okay. And then, or another option is that, much like you just did with the Martin Luther King name, I would suggest that you can say, you know what, I want these two names, and let the council vote on that. And if you get the support, we will, you know, figure a way out how to do that in the new plan area as well. But again, I think I would just caution the council that now you're talking about who's setting the bar for the names. And so if someone else comes in and says, well, now I want names in that new subdivision at some point in time, you're creating a whole new policy or a new practice, if you will. So I know it's not the perfect answer for you right now, but you're going into waters uncharted.
Our city attorney, did you have a
Sure,
point
I
of
would just, sorry, I would just caution on that second part about adding, and I appreciate the request to add the name of Casey Sheehan. That hasn't been included in any part of the staff report or any of the agenda item that was agendized for tonight. So if you want to include that name, I would bring that back. To the extent you want to address Walt Simon, I think that's appropriate for tonight.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yeah, there's a couple things like, yeah, like to Councilmember Stock's thing, like, I know the Sheehans, I appreciate the sentiment, but first thing we'd have to do before I'm bringing that up is go talk to Pat and the rest of the family about even if they even want that, because we shouldn't proceed with anything like that without their permission first. And also talk to the Veterans Halls, because they do other stuff, like we have the Hometown Heroes and other programs going on. When it comes to like the naming of new streets, maybe some objective standard type stuff was like where the city maintains control of naming like the main arterial roads. I get the neighborhoods where they want their, like what we talked about, like the tree streets, the state streets, all those weird things, but ones that are major public right-of-way thoroughfares. I think that's something that the city should probably have control of and name over, or the major collectors. But I don't know how that would work because, yeah, again, that'd be something new. But yeah, instead of letting a developer name a major thoroughfare for the city, I think the city should have at least significant input on what that is. But yeah, with the naming of a new road, yeah, I'm not opposed to the Walt Simon thing, but then again, that would fall under the current policy, or there is no current policy for naming of a new road, but how long do you want to wait for that? Or
The confusion is when I brought this up, we talked about local heroes, local community members in general. Walt Simon was an example of somebody
yeah,
specific to local people. So I don't know if now's the time or council comments, but I'll just make a motion that we direct staff to come back with a process for the community to submit names to us to name streets after, and a process for the council to approve.
To our city attorney, what would be the better process to take now, or,
I think you're fine to do it now.
so are you making a motion?
Yes.
Okay, repeat the motion.
My motion is that we direct staff to come back to us with a process for the naming of new streets that involves the community submitting those names and the council to approve them as streets come up for us to be able to name.
Have a second?
Friendly amendment, if the council should approve. Or leaves that option, like different option of who would approve.
I don't, can you clarify?
Explain that.
Sorry, so some of the discussion was whether or not city council should decide, or if there's another committee should decide, or planning commission should decide, or parts, you know.
That would include a process that would establish who decides.
That's fair.
I'm fair with that.
Yeah, that's fair.
That's fine.
I'll second that.
Perfect.
Manager?
I think the amendment is to bring back.
Well, no.
I think the amendment's to bring back, I think the motion is to bring back what our new naming of new policies are. Correct.
And what I would suggest is that we bring back yet another discussion opportunity, because I'm not about to try to predict what you want. Because this is, as I said earlier, this is wide open. You've talked about local heroes, and then colleagues have said, who is a hero? Is it Air Force? Is it parents? Is it relatives? So I don't want to miss the mark and coming back with a proposal. I think because of all the dialogue that's happened tonight on this subject, that if this is an action, that we would have to bring it back and say, let's have a dialogue about it and have those discussions, because again, this is new territory that you're getting into the street naming business, and there's ramifications of that.
I'm fine with a discussion about it for the next step. That's fine. Seems logical.
So you have a motion and a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No?
No.
Oh. So you'll bring back a discussion on, there was 2 no's?
I was just going to say silence is an affirmative vote. So
I didn't, well, she can make her vote, so she's a no. So it still is to give direction to staff to bring back a discussion on the policy. And that's the majority of the council, but again, I don't know where this ends. Did I miss something?
You want to do a roll call?
Do a roll call.
The motion is to bring back for discussion a process and procedure for the community to bring forward names of individuals, to have streets named after them, and the council to approve them for future streets. It's a discussion on it. It's not a policy. It's a discussion on a policy.
Well, you're asking to bring back a proposed policy, though.
I am, but he said that he needed to have a discussion about that policy first. And so I said that was fine. We can have another conversation like this about the same thing at a future council meeting about the policy for it.
Okay, so that's the motion, and You seconded?
Yes.
Okay, roll call?
Councilmember Wiley?
No.
Vice Mayor Ritchie? Councilmember Stockton?
Yes.
Councilmember Silva? Councilmember Chapman?
No.
Councilmember Roberts?
Yes.
No. Motion passes, so that'll come back at a future date. Any idea when that would be, given that I know that you have there's a lot on staff's plate.
We'll have to have a conversation with our team tomorrow.
Okay, all right. Because of that, is there any other direction that needs to be given on item B? Because you made a motion so you're good?
Good.
Okay. So I think that concludes all the direction. Is there any other direction needed? Otherwise, do we have any, we can move ahead to reports of the city manager. Reports of the city council. Councilmember Silva.
I'm gonna start off with, I don't want to mention a name here, just kind of respect the individual, but there's somebody who's been pretty nationally recognized promoting literacy, and found out that this individual, despite producing a lot of positivity and being a little beacon for our own local community, and again, literacy in a welcoming place, that due to enough feedback and negative feedback, that is resulting in that individual stepping away from that role. And it's just kind of, it's pretty disheartening because, you have people out there trying to spread positivity, but yet, that there's always going to be people that try to tear other folks down. You never know what the heck they're going on, that they have going on. And what I ask really of the community, and what I ask of us as leaders, is to really be able to identify and how do we find ways, rather than just to not just know when to be silent, but also know when to intervene and extend our support to make sure that people who live with kindness continue to do so in a world where there is some darkness and people are dealing with their own respective personal issues. So it's really a call to action for us as a community to, when we see something like that, how do we pull together to support each other? How do we find ways to keep our community united despite so much division that I think we really feed and exacerbate at times? But I truly do believe that we have a lot more in common than what often we emphasize or prioritize. And like even tonight, we went on quite a while to how we respect certain individuals and come up with policies. And I think that in itself, as well-intentioned it can be, there's also these sometimes ways that it can be divisive, sadly. So just a call for our whole community to pull together and really embrace those who are truly trying to bring our community together. The other thing I just want to bring up, we brought up earlier about commissioners. I think our relationship with Planning Commission is pretty well defined. Parks and Rec, I've heard different anecdotal data that may not be the case, or maybe there's more clarity, or there's a different interest. And rather than having those one-on-one conversations to where there's a possible Brown Act violation, two reasons why what I mentioned earlier, that I think there should be at least one joint meeting between Planning Commission and City Council and Parks and Rec. Maybe that's an entire perhaps study session in itself, is to really just do a check-in. Hey, what's working, what's not, so we can get that collective feedback in real time with council, and vice versa, if there's anything that needs to be given back to either commission. And so, my motion, because the motion is for council to support a relative, not a long day, but maybe there's like a 2-hour session just to talk and check in with our collective commissions on, how things will work. We hear we do extensive orientation and whatnot. I'm kind of curious to see how effective it is as a whole, where they kind of would need more clarification or where they look for more support. for both commissions, or where maybe they're looking at how they can be more effective in assisting in the council's goals. So I think, having a 1-year type of check-in with all commissioners and talking whatever we have to talk out, that's what my motion is. Obviously, it's not a clear agenda, but
Trying to check in with our commissions.
check in, and I personally do have some ideas, particularly with Parks and Rec, but those are my ideas. I don't know if that's something that one council as a whole would be considerate of, or even Parks and Rec commissioners that they themselves would be open to. So before I start opening up those, I'm just kind of curious to have that.
Is that something that if we have some form of a study session, or like we've done looking at our strategic plan last year, that could be incorporated into an hour? Just so that there's some feedback and interaction?
Yeah, I think to make sure that we get the most out of the meeting that, council's desiring, one, just for sake of process, is make sure that the collective council's on board with that. And then I would get permission from legal counsel to talk to each one of you independently to get your ideas of what your expectations would be for that kind of meeting. Because I want to make sure that there's clear expectations going into it, but that we're also not overstepping or inviting or encouraging a dialogue that causes more confusion in the end, if that makes any sense. I think that,
Structure it.
yeah, this was something that, I've actually talked to this council about doing a while ago. And really it was for the purpose, because we had new council members and new commissioners. After tonight's appointments, you still have some pretty experienced commissions, but it wouldn't be, a bad idea. But I think one of the big goals is to ensure that they understand that you're the policy setters. They serve a role to advise, make decisions, what they're commissioned to do. But ultimately it's to implement and make recommendations to achieve the vision that this board, puts forth.
Yeah, I support that.
Yeah.
Unanimous support? Yeah.
Are we voting, or do we need to vote?
Well,
I took it away to mean that it's unanimous. The next question you're going to ask me is when. I'll get back to you.
all right.
Preferably before budget.
I don't know if that's going to happen.
Well,
2 hours, and if 1 or 2 people are missing per commission, sorry.
So I guess the question is why do you think it would need to be before budget when it's really about policy and vision?
That I would like to hear if certain commission, I don't want to suggest it here because I'm not trying to start something, to be honest with you.
Okay.
well,
But if it's feedback that comes out upon this, then it's something. But I'm not trying to direct that.
I just know that
So,
staff's pretty busy.
if I could, because I was going to ask a similar question, because I've heard the statements that I think are being referred to is that and commissions expressing an interest in the city's budget process. And other than that, I don't know why there would be a need to have that timing. But, we can, as part of our dialogue, I'll be more than happy to hear you out.
Not trying to skew the data. Trying to be honest here. Honest researcher.
Yeah, I don't believe that it needs to be accelerated. I think we need to meet. I like the idea. Certainly, I've heard in the past, maybe I want to bring up the words like 2x2s and things like that. This is where to follow a good facilitated process where there's outcomes that benefit our city, our casting our vision, and the commissions understand, as I shared earlier. They may have gone through a process of recommendation through interviews by those who interviewed this year. but they sit as one commission to an entire council, not a proxy to district. And so that's an area that, just an observation I want to make sure. And so there's opportunities. I think this is going to be a good thing, but I don't want to rush it. Councilmember Wiley, did you have anything else? No, I'm good. Thank you.
Just three quick things. This is already the end of February, so we're starting March this week, and March is the beginning of Women's History Month as we finish Black History Month. So just be aware of that. And also that in the middle of March is Wings Over Solano. So if you don't have plans for the 16th and 17th, it would be great to be at the base. They're expecting about 150,000 people. It's a wonderful air show for all the public, and it's free, because you don't have to pay admission to get there. And the last thing was the downtown presentation was really good tonight. And just last Sunday, I was downtown for a high tea to support the Solano Symphony. And it was just really great to have a lot of people from Vacaville gathered downtown to be able to support something like the symphony. So we have so many activities and so many things in Vacaville. We just need to get the word out to everyone. There's something for everyone to be involved in. That's it.
Thank you. See anybody else? I think everyone's kind of tired. I appreciate the discussions that we've all had tonight. I'll just leave it at this. Appreciate this council. I appreciate even some of the discussions that we've had, and tonight's discussions are not your simple ones, which creates a lot more conversation, but allows, I think, even for all of us to share more of ourselves to each other. So thank you. With that, we have closed session, and tonight there might be something to report out. And with that, this meeting's adjourned. So thank you. Good night, Vacaville. Okay. Good evening, Vacaville. We're back out of closed session, and there is an item to report out. City manager or city attorney?
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. In closed session tonight, the City Council voted unanimously to opt into the settlement agreement in the AFFF class action lawsuit out of South Carolina.
Yeah, thank you very much. And with that, this meeting is adjourned. Good night, Vacaville.
Thank you.